Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to another council meeting for April 12th, 2021. Just first off, I'd like to acknowledge that last Friday, we received news of His Royal Highness Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh's passing. Prince Philip was a dedicated and compassionate leader who inspired many through his philanthropic work and dedication to public service. I would like to ask you all to join me in a moment of silence to honor Prince Philip. Thank you. And welcome members of council. Please make sure that your mics are on mute. Please text me when you like to speak. That way I have a good speaking order. As well, again, a recording secretary will be counting the votes and lowering hands once a vote is required. And with that, call the meeting to order. The adoption of the agenda. Deputy Mayor, please.
Yes, Your Worship. The Town Council adopt the April 12th, 2021 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, that's 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to number 4 of our agenda is number 3, which is public input session. Again, this is a fully virtual meeting. Town manager, has anybody submitted anything written to be read into the records?
Thank you, Your Worship. At this point, I'm not aware of anything that was submitted to be discussed or brought forward in the public input session.
Okay. Thank you very much. Moving on to number 4 is presentations and delegations. And today we have one, which is the Tri-Municipal Regional Plan presented by Tantus. Welcome, members of Tantus.
Good evening, Mayor Choi. Thank you very much for giving us some time to give the council and the residents of Stony Plain on the Tri-Municipal Regional Plan. I'm requesting control of the screen so that I can excuse me, share a few slides with you.
Okay, thank you. And I'll be muting my mic so that we don't get no feedback.
Mr. Mayor, can you confirm that you can see the slides?
Yes, I can confirm to see the slides.
Thank you very much. So the Tri-Municipal Regional Plan project, we've been doing for quite a while, working with Parkland County, City of Spruce Grove, and of course the town of Stony. I would off the top like to again thank the town staff and the council participation through the project committee to this point. It's been quite an undertaking, and we've certainly got some excellent input and feedback. The purpose of my presentation this evening is to update the council through you, Mr. Mayor, and the community regarding the plans initiative to this point. The topics I want to touch on are update of the status of the project, and now that we're into report development, where this report is coming from, how it's being assembled, and update on the project spending and timeline, and then I stand for questions and answers should council like to for clarification. As you mentioned, my name is Dave McGarva. I'm from Tantus, management consulting firm from Edmonton. So in terms of the project status, I'll be walking into some of the more specific pieces in a moment, but overall there has been an abundance of data gathering conducted through this project, which kicked off at the end of January 2020. So we've been working for quite a long time. There's been a number of secondary consultants brought on board to explore specific areas. Again, I'll dig into that in a moment. And then the project committee that's made up of the CIOs and some elected officials from each of the 3 municipalities have been an excellent sounding board to provide feedback guide some of the planning and discussion on the document and the project to date. The slide says a detailed feasibility analysis is currently underway. We prepared these slides some time ago. The analyses are actually complete, and I'll show you how they fit into the plan as we work through to a final report. From a big picture, there's been a number of components here. I mentioned a number of secondary consultants being involved in the project, and you can think of the project having, and on our way to the final report, having 6 specific components that we moved through. So the current state, the central data collection, the competitiveness review, these were preliminary reports prepared to set the groundwork so that all of the secondary studies that were preparing specific strategies in areas of municipal service delivery would be coming from the same standpoint. Through that, we've worked with the secondary consultants in a various group they are to develop the transportation utilities and infrastructure strategy, a housing needs assessment and strategy, economic development strategy, social development strategy, some preferred land use work, a recreational strategy, and a cultural strategy. And all of those products, as you look through them as councillors, and when they're released as a package to the public, those pieces you'll notice are all using what we would call a gap analysis approach. They've taken the position of where are you today from a regional collaboration perspective and where could you get to in the future. So you'll see most of those strategies involve service improvements, infrastructure investment. There's a number of pieces in there. And while they were attempted to coordinate as we went through the process, it was very challenging as we had secondary consultants starting at different times, completing at different times. There was a lot of interaction among them. But as you'll see, they're all standalone documents. The work that my firm has been doing as well, in addition to the integration work, has been on a municipal service strategy that looked across the organizations to look where there may be service delivery opportunities in a collaborative fashion. That work is just in final reviews right now, and we've done sort of feasibility in a number of areas. I hope you can appreciate, Mr. Mayor, that this is a wealth of documents. We're probably talking 900, 1,000 pages worth of documentation. And so we have to distill that into something that the councils can actually dig their teeth into, the residents can understand where the project is headed. So from all of those various products, we're pulling specific projects out. And the next phase of development that's just getting underway is to package them by theme into what we're calling investment packages, so that we can take a look not just at recreation opportunities or just cultural opportunities, but packaged together under a theme of improvement or efficiency or something in those areas so that they can be considered as a package. We'll be working through those with the administrative staff and the CAOs in the coming months. I'll show you in the timeline. And from that, we'll then construct a timeline for implementation of the projects that make it through to that point. Please recognize that to this point in the package development, we'll be talking about anywhere from 250 to 300 individual projects that have come out of these reports as recommended projects. The municipalities obviously can't do them all. So there's going to be a bit of a realization effort where we look at timing and sequence. Some are dependent on others. Some make more sense to do later in the timeline. And that's what the integrated report is going to be based on as we move forward. I've kind of just explained these steps as we walk through. I'm sorry, sir, I was working from the graphic as we went through, but as you can see, the slides involve this development of the integrated investment packages, more of a holistic approach so that we can look at how they may interact with each other and the timings and the opportunities that present themselves. The one piece of the benefits realization that I didn't mention was this idea that some of the projects, when I talked about dependencies, are very foundational in nature. Things like sharing planning, coming up with, taking a look at where there's big discrepancy in policy positions or procedural efforts that can be built on through a developmental phase, potentially down the road, where more collaboration can occur. And then there's some aspirational elements in there that are probably farther afield, looking more 10 or 20 years down the road. The plan itself, as I mentioned, we're putting it together and currently being scheduled to present to councils during the week of June 7th as we move towards that point. The project dashboard, your project management team across the 3 municipalities have done a superb job in terms of guiding the efforts and managing the budget on it. At current, we are still under budget on the project. I believe 71% has been spent, 93% has been committed, and it is moving along at a very good pace and being done, as I said, under budget. The timelines, as I suggested, we are just working through the strategic development and finalization. As I said, the last report that is being worked through is the municipal service strategy. We're going to be reviewing it through the month and the projects resulting from these various strategies through the month of April with senior administration. The integrated report will be put together and presented through councils in June. That is a brief overview of where we are, and I stand open for questions if any councillors or yourself have any.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the charts and these slides. Just a quick question, because you've had the chance to look through a lot of the background information coming forward, and then you presented a slide where it has the little triangle there where it says aspirational, developmental, and foundational. So in terms of what are the next best steps for a municipality, would we be focusing on more of the foundational items and that we can kind of merge together with the City of Spruce Grove and Parkland County, or are we looking at more at the aspirational things of what we want to be in 25 years, and from there let everything fall down to the foundational stuff?
Well, the strategies themselves probably look more at that aspirational lens through their development. And so where the implementation plan is, it's kind of starting with first steps first. So I think you'll see, again, presuming where administration would like to go with our recommendations, but I would suggest you're probably looking at a more detailed foundational elements at this point, with some view to the future of how you work through that developmental phase to achieve those aspirational goals.
Thank you for that. Members of council, any questions for clear understanding for Dave? Seeing nothing has come in yet. Quick question. So is Tantis and you presenting to all 3 councils tonight?
Spruce Grove is in about 30 minutes, and then Parklands tomorrow morning. Yeah, so we'll be covering all the bases here.
Okay, so relatively short time frame, which is good. Okay, Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation this evening. My question is with regards to the process that you used to, I guess, develop this plan. I know it was a very, very big undertaking with lots of consultants, etc. What, we're kind of familiar with, for example, we had the Regional Transit Service Commission, where we had ongoing presentations throughout, and just wondering in terms of the effectiveness of this process, and if you could just touch on that in terms of other experiences.
Well, other experiences, I've mentioned this a few times to the project committee. We have not found a collaboration exercise of this scale among 3 municipalities, especially when you have sort of 2 urban centers and a rural. So there really wasn't a script for us to follow. In terms of, rather than having reaction to each strategy as they came forward or feedback received on that, we've used the project committee for that piece, mainly because of the overall and somewhat daunting scope of this exercise. We felt that it better to work through with administration, with input from the project committee's elected officials, members, to get to a point where we have something more tangible that councils can react to, approve, tweak, if that answers your question, Councillor.
Okay, so just then, if I could clarify, so then the intent of this really is to provide some foundational information for us that then we will continue to work to I guess instead of this being specific recommendations that we would look at implementing because we've all seen it and are supportive of it. This is more of a foundational piece that we'll be working towards that.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I would suggest it's a journey that you've been on in collaboration with your municipal partners for decades, and this is the next step. So there will be specific foundational aspects that will be recommended, and most of those are just through the normal course of business of the municipality. So I'm not sure how much council direction would be required on those pieces if it's using existing funds. I would suggest, and this is my personal opinion, is that the council's focus on the longer term developmental and aspirational aspects to ensure that that guidance is there so that Stony Plain becomes the partner in this collaboration exercise that you and your residents want you to be.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of council for clarity and understanding? Okay. I have another question. It's just for you, Dave. Looking at the timeline, it says that the presentation of the Tri-Regional Master Plan will be done sometime in June. So will that be all three councils at the same time so that we can have and hear each other's reactions, comments, so that we have a better understanding of where each other is sitting?
I'm looking to Mr. Golden for a bit of direction on that. I believe at this point, in my mind, there will be a joint session at some point. Now, I might be confusing. There could be a workshop session as well as a council presentation.
Thanks, Dave. Your worship, Mayor and Council, again, it's CAO Tom Golden. So I think the basic understanding is that there will be a workshop opportunity where all three councils will be receiving some of the information in a joint session, in a joint setting. As for formal council presentation, those will occur separately at the individual council chambers. I will leave it at that, Your Worship. I believe that was the question.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. And I do not see any more questions. So that's it. I guess you have a couple minutes before you head over to the city of Spruce Grove. And it's such a far drive from Stony Plain to Spruce Grove, right?
Well, driving my desk. Yes, thank you very much, Your Worship, and my appreciation to the staff of the town of Stony Plain and the council, of course.
Okay. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to number 5 is statutory public hearings. There are none tonight. So moving on to the adoption of council minutes for the RCM of March 22nd and the GMP of April 6th. Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Town Council approve the Town Council meeting minutes as presented for the regular council minutes and the governance and priority minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, you had a chance to read through the minutes. Any questions or comments regarding those minutes? Okay, see none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Mr. Mayor, that's 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to number 7, which is council boards and committee minutes. Looking at 7.1 and 7.2 all together. Councillor Matties?
That Town Council receive the council boards and committee meeting minutes for information.
Thank you much. Members of council, any questions and comments regarding those committee meetings? Councilor Matties, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is with regards to the library, the grand opening. Is there any update with regards to when that grand opening will be?
Thank you. I think I read somewhere it's postponed. So who is the representative? I believe it's Councillor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The last update I have is May 6th for the grand opening. Although I don't believe it's been delayed, I have not heard that myself.
Okay, May 6th is good so far. Mr. Hill?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Matties, we're meeting tomorrow with the library board. It has been postponed from May 6th due to the current state in Alberta, and we're looking for a date in June.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Any other questions regarding the GCC and the Stony Plain Library Board? Okay, maybe just a question for the representative, Councillor Meyer. Any feedback from the library staff regarding the transition to the new location?
I haven't heard anything specific. I do know there was some parking concerns initially during the colder months, but I think we can expect everybody to take a little time to get into their groove there, if that's the right word. So no, I don't have any specific updates from the library.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, with that, we have a motion on the floor to accept for information. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, that's 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to number 8, there are no bylaws tonight. So moving on to business items. 9.1 is the tri-regional plan update for information. We've had the presentation already, so I'm just going to ask Councillor Kolechko to make the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council accept the update on the tri-municipal regional plan for information.
Thank you, Councillor. Members of Council, any questions and comments regarding the presentation? Or anything that's in the background for our staff to answer? Councillor Bennett, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment about the massive undertaking that this tri-municipal regional plan is going for, and to thank everyone who has worked on it. Our residents have for years wanted to see more regional collaboration. And I think through all the work that that our consultants and our administration and our elected officials on this is an excellent step. I truly hope that that we will be able to have some of the actions work towards the betterment of our whole tri-region.
Thank you for your comment, Councillor Bennett. Any other members of council? Okay, see none. Again, thank you for our staff that's participating in this. I know it is a long process and a lot of information needs to be gathered so that the consultants can kind of summarize them, get them together to see where we align, where we don't align, and how best to get the services and amenities that our residents need through a kind of a joint collaborative plan. So I look forward to seeing that final presentation in June. Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, that's 7 hands in favor.
Thank you very much. Moving on to 9.2, Councillor Meyer, please.
Yes, thank you. The Town Council approve a business license fee rebate of 50% for the year of 2021 to resident businesses upon request of the rebate.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. And this is an issue that came out of the Mayor's Task Force on COVID-19, the economic stream. And I believe you were the chair of that. And this is, again, we're not quite through the pandemic, and I thought this was reasonable for us to, as a council, to revisit it and look at it to see if it's warranted for 2021. Councillor Meyer, would you like to speak anything after that?
Well, the only thing I would add is the uptake from the last time we made this motion wasn't nearly as high as we had anticipated. So I can imagine this will probably be similar this time. And I think it's an important initiative to continue to support some of our small businesses and let them know that we're out there to help.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Councillor Matthews?
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is surrounding the cost, the total cost of the rebate program in 2020. Was it approximately $45,000 for that program? And it seems kind of odd that we would spend $45,000 equivalent on a $4,325 rebate, if that was the case. And is there another way that we could consider doing this that doesn't take so much resource and manpower to affect a positive solution for our business people?
Okay. That's a good question, Councillor Matthews. The same thing similar written down as if the actual was rebated was $4,300, plus staff time and etc. How do we get $45,000 as a budget item?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's CAO. I believe I'll ask our General Manager of Corporate Services to maybe speak to the dollar amounts themselves that we saw last year and this year, or are projecting this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Town Manager, to all of Council. So you're correct, the 45,000 would be on the high end if there was 100% utilization. And so how we've written it up, and you see the following numbers going to the spring budget adjustment on the next agenda item as well, is that we will, track what gets actually used and fund that actual amount. And any amount that doesn't get used just remains within the tax levy stabilization. You are correct that the actual refunds issued last year were 4,300, so quite a bit smaller. We were finding these a little bit challenging of how to budget and what to get council to approve. So this is definitely up to a maximum. And again, we would only fund what was actually utilized around these rebates.
Okay. Thank you for that. So just for clarification, even though if this passes, it's budgeted for $45,000 and it's coming out of the tax stabilization levy, it will not be utilized and accessed unless there is businesses that request a rebate.
That is correct.
Thank you. Councillor Matthews, anything else to comment or ask after that?
No, that's everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to add a couple of comments and just say, as a municipality, obviously, we're limited in the resources that we have to be able to support businesses during the tough economic times that they're facing with COVID-19. So I'm very glad to see us bringing forward this initiative again, because it gives us an opportunity to provide at least something to any and every business within the town of Stony Plain who chooses to take the path. I think, given that what we heard from the General Manager of Finance talking that our maximum budget is $45,000 on this, and in last year we essentially realized only about 10% of this. I honestly would love to see a higher uptick of this. I would love to see more businesses taking the time to apply on this and receive this back from the town of Stony Plain. Hindsight 2020, maybe we should have caught this earlier and not actually applied it to avoid all the administrative work that'll be required for processing the refunds, but we can't go back and change that. But I am glad to see us with at least some initiative coming forward to do our part as we can, as we're able to support the businesses in the town.
Thank you very much for your comments, Councilor Lurie. Anybody else like to speak or make a comment? Councilor Plechko, would you like to make a comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. Sure, why not? I tend to agree that this is a great thing for our community and our businesses. I'm just wondering, what would the cost associated with this be if this was deferred till next year? So rather than having a bunch of costs today to refund, if we were able to move that to next term, and what that would actually look like, and what would it look like if we actually did the full $73,000 to the tax implication to the town? What would that look like in proportion to the $45,000?
Administration, so how would that result in affecting our tax rate if we had a full utilization of the tax business rebate?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll maybe make a few comments, but certainly on the tax side, if the general manager wants to, or if I misspeak, certainly I'll ask her to correct me. So I believe our in total revenue on business licenses in and around $100,000. We'll say 100,000, I believe, to make it a round number, which on I think our tax increase per 1% is about 180 now. So it would be just under half a point on a tax rate to, any way you look at it, to forego that revenue in one particular tax year. I'm gonna stop there. I'm just gonna make sure my numbers are correct. I'll just ask our GM of corporate services to confirm that.
I'll just ask, our manager of finance has the numbers at her fingertips. So I'll just ask her to answer as manager of finance.
Thank you, through your worship, to all of council. So Tom's pretty accurate. The costs that are before you, the 45,000, approximately 43,000 of that is just for licenses. So that's for resident license, business licenses only. There's just a little, very small amount in there for credit card fees that we can't recover and postage and envelopes to make it the 45,000. And so our full budget for 2021 for business licenses, including all businesses, resident and non-resident, is $140,000. So that would be the total. And Tom was very accurate. A 1% tax increase is $170,000.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, see none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Thank you very much. Moving on to 9.3, which is the 2021 spring adjustments. Again, this is a yearly thing after we get the assessment values of the properties in the town of Stony Plain. Go ahead, administration, with your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, it's the CAO, Tom Malone. I will ask our General Manager of Corporate Services and perhaps our Manager of Financial Services to speak to this item.
Thank you, Town Manager, to Your Worship and all of Council. So the Mayor is right. Annually in the spring, administration reviews the approved corporate plan from November and proposes adjustments based on new information or a changing environment. It's clear that the COVID-19 pandemic has continued to challenge areas of the town into 2021. And although there's still uncertainty into the future, the Manager of Financial Services will present sort of the current state 3 months into 2021 of where we sit today, as well as the recommended funding motions. And I'll just pass it over to her to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Resident and local business COVID-19 support has been a priority throughout the pandemic. In 2020, Council supported the local economy by providing tax and utility penalty deferral, as well as business license rebates. This evening, we will present the potential budget impacts to provide these supports into 2021. Tax penalties were waived by Council for the months of July and August 2020. Approximately 708 tax rolls, or 8.6% of the total tax rolls, took advantage of the waived penalties. The cost to the town on this initiative in 2021 would be interest on our general line of credit to cover the cash flow required for those who take advantage of the program. The cash flow shortage is calculated at approximately $3 million. In 2020, the town recognized a reduced tax penalty revenue as a result of this program. It is estimated the impact to the penalty revenue would be approximately $30,000 if implemented in 2021. Utility penalties were also deferred for 3 months in 2020, also impacting cash flow for the town. Participation in the utility deferral program was approximately 350 utility accounts, or 5%. The cash flow shortage from this program is estimated at approximately $250,000 if implemented for 3 months. Should Council wish to implement the utility penalty deferral, the proposed motion for that is on page 56 of the agenda. The total cash flow impact for both the tax and utility penalty deferral is calculated at $10,000 interest expense on the line of credit. Based on current interest rates and assumptions, the uptake in the programs would be similar to the prior year. Business license rebates were just discussed earlier tonight. The potential impact of those rebates to the town is $45,000. Administration is also requesting funding of $20,000 for a shop local initiative promoting local businesses in town during 2021 to assist in the recovery. With Alberta Health Service restrictions changing frequently, we have seen an impact on our facilities already. The main facilities impacted so far this year include the arena revenue with an estimated reduction of $90,000, Heritage Park revenue reduction $20,000, and the community center revenue impact of $8,000 for a total of $118,000. These estimates are based on current data and optimistic estimates into the future regarding revenue. If restrictions continue through the fall, there will be further reductions in revenue realized by the town. Administration will continue to monitor and bring updates to Council as necessary. As part of the year-end surplus distribution, Council motioned to pay the arena debenture in full. As a result, this eliminates an annual debenture payment in the amount of $55,000. Tonight, there is a motion before you to transfer the debenture payment savings into Recreation Lifecycle Arena Reserve. This reserve balance is light based on the infrastructure, contents, and age of the building. Current annual contributions are $25,000, which is not anticipated to meet future requirements, hence the recommended motion before you. Due to the nature and cumulative dollar value of the adjustments discussed, it is recommended Council approve a transfer from the tax levy stabilization reserve up to $223,000. Funds received in 2021 from the funds received in 2020 from the Municipal Operating Support Transfer Grant, or MOST grant, supporting COVID-19 were put into the tax levy stabilization reserve and therefore is an appropriate funding source for these adjustments. Transfers would occur as necessary based on actual budget impacts of the programs implemented. Administration will continue to update Council as new or updated information is available throughout the year. I'll now take any questions that you may have.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for summarizing that up very nicely. Members of Council, any questions or comments for clarity and understanding? Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. A couple of questions this evening. One is in regards to the current situation in the town with people that are possibly behind. How will this affect them going forward if they have been unable to catch up from 3 years deferral?
Go ahead.
Thank you through your worship to all of council and Councillor Palechko. The tax penalty is calculated and applied to each account on the utility and the tax side monthly. And so if there was a deferral for example, on the tax side, the recommendation is, I mean, it could be whatever, but the recommendation or the motion, sorry, before you is to defer 2 months of penalties. And so that would mean that there would be no additional penalties added on to those accounts for those 2 months. And on the utility side, it would be the same, depending on how many months of deferral were chosen.
Thank you. Councillor Palechko, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. If I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
Regarding the shop local, last year we did the same type of program that was a reflection of the downtown. Is this an extension of that, or is this a whole new shop local program? And where did the funding come from last year?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll maybe ask our Manager of Strategic Services to speak to that question.
Thank you, Town Manager. Through your worship to Councillor Palechko and all of council, that is correct that in previous years our emphasis has been on the downtown initiative and focusing on supporting the downtown businesses through construction. We'll certainly broaden the efforts around this Shop Local campaign to speak to the broader business community and build upon some of the efforts that we did in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce last year as well in response to COVID-19 and the work of the Mayor's Task Force as well.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that answer. The reason for that is I do believe that the whole town does suffer somewhat with the construction that we have going on. So broadening the shop local will bring multiple people back to the town to help the whole community, and I'd like to see that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for administration for the presentation. But I do have a question. It seems that this spring adjustment is maybe lacking a little bit on what our actual taxation rate was that was approved through the corporate plan, including the initiatives, and what our actual increase is going to be. It doesn't talk anything about whether we saw any assessment increase or decline from what was proposed in the corporate plan to what we're actually going to realize. It doesn't talk anything about any potential realized funding through grants, etc. And these things are normally included in our spring adjustment presentation. So I'm just wondering if we can have a little light shed on that, if that information is or is not available, why we don't have that this year.
Okay, I think, Councillor, that's usually presented during our tax rate setting. I believe that's all done there. I'm not too sure. Administration?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, that's correct. So more information will be coming as we finalize tax rate. So the assessment is just being finalized currently, and as that information finalizes, that will come forward as part of the bylaw to council to understand that piece.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. And yes, I'd gone back and I'd reviewed both 2020 and 2019's to see, and they did include a little bit of commentary on that of what to expect, because my understanding would be that spring adjustments is a time where we would make any changes and consider any changes based on what we see in regards to potential assessment increase or decline or potential realization of additional funding. So I don't think that's, when we get presented with the final tax bylaw, really the most appropriate time and place to be doing that. I think when the bylaw comes forward, we should have already had those that information and those decisions. So just a little bit of comment and feedback there then.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions and comments? Okay, see none. Thank you, Administration, for getting this together and providing some comments and suggestions for the 2021 spring adjustment. I think one of the reasons why we don't see an effect on the tax rate is because this is suggested to be coming out of a tax stabilization revenue, so that should not affect the tax rate that the council kind of tentatively approved back in is that November? So I think now when the next one comes forward, when we have to actually set the rate, I think administration will have all the numbers for us in terms of assessment values for residential, non-residential, and what the impact is per resident or per 100,000 for residential and non-residential, so that we can actually share that with our residents to see how or what they may expect out of on their property taxes. I would prefer that if somebody can make a motion for all three of the motions that are there. I think it's all part of the spring adjustments that's recommended by administration. But if anybody that does not want to, they're free to make a motion to remove one of them. So I'll go with Deputy Mayor. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Worship. You want the motion read out that the spring adjustments the town council approve?
Yes.
Number one, a transfer from tax levy stabilization reserve, pardon me, of up to 223,000 to implement COVID support in 2021. Number two, a $55,000 transfer to the life cycle / arena capital reserve in 2021. And three, elimination of the property tax penalty for the failure to pay current property taxes for both residential and non-residential property owners between July 1st, 2021 and August 31st, 2021.
Okay. Thank you much, Deputy Mayor. Members of Council, any questions or comments regarding the motion? Councillor Bennett, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question on point number 3. So we're looking at the elimination of property tax penalty. But I believe in our background information, they also referred to the utility tax rate. Are we also looking at that, an elimination of the utility tax penalty for the failure to pay? Is that included in this one?
Okay. Administration.
Your Worship, it's a good question. So if council wishes to also implement the utility deferral, we're asking for a separate motion, and you can see it within your package on page 57. And Manager of Finance, so we were struggling with the months around the utilities, but it is an option, and if that's something council wishes to do, we can work out those dates and look at that motion tonight.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bennett.
So, Mr. Mayor, when we pass this one, then do you need another motion?
Yes, if that is the direction that council would like to go down.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no hands up and no more. Oh, Councillor Laurie, you just got in. Go ahead.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. A question through you to administration in respect to the tax deferral. We see that we have 708 tax rolls, or 8.6% of the tax rolls took advantage of the waived penalties. I'm curious about the wording there as to took advantage. So my understanding, and maybe administration can clarify this for me, is that there was no application for this whatsoever. Essentially, it was just if you didn't pay your taxes, you did not receive late fees as long as up until I believe it was September 1st of the following year. I'm just curious if or what I guess our normal percentage of tax rolls that would be paying late would be to equate. I think it was the $30,000 that we would normally see in revenue. So what does that equal out to in the number of tax rolls?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, to all of council. So that is accurate. Took advantage, it just means that we've monitored really closely because we wanted a benchmark to be able to measure how many people, took advantage of the program, I guess. And so we calculated that number by understanding the amount of outstanding taxes on July 1st and August 1st, and as the deferral was on. And so our regular outstanding taxes, so for example, as of September 2019 was around 3.3%, and then September 2020 was around 3.57%. So very similar to basically telling us that most tax rolls paid up to that. As per the number of tax rolls that equates to, I don't have that number.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Laurie, anything else?
Well, Your Worship, I'm a little unclear. So, you know, when we're looking at the number that was placed in front of us of 708 tax rolls or 8.6% taking advantage, what I'm hearing is that in September 2020, we still had approximately 3.6% of our tax rolls owing. So I'm just trying to understand the number and again in regards to the take advantage and the cost, because it sounds like partially what's happening is that this rebate might not necessarily be being used appropriately if we still have a significant number of tax rolls outstanding after September. We just might be giving people who aren't paying their tax bills 2 or 3 months worth of free interest.
A reprieve, and I think that might be okay with the environment that we're in right now. So maybe a better question is to administrative staff. In the past, prior to COVID, you know, June 30th comes around, what percentage of people have not paid their taxes at that time so that they start incurring a tax penalty?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you and to all of council. I do not have the percentage outstanding as of July 1st, which is typically our June 30th is our due date. However, I could say I do know that it averages around that 3.5%.
Okay, so Councilor, anything to follow up on that? So it is about so the similar people, as you mentioned, that people are not able to pay their taxes at that time. They are getting a reprieve of interest payments. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Right now, I'm okay with that, especially with the current economic climate and the social climate that we're in right now.
Thank you, Your Worship. And actually, I guess then I would just pose the question, if administration could explain what it would look like if we were to open up, say, potentially the tax deferral and potentially even the utility deferral in the same manner as to which we do the business license rebate, and we have it on an application basis rather than a straight across deferral for 100%, because you know we're kind of using two different mentalities here. When we talk about our businesses, we're talking about if they want the rebate, they have to apply. But when we're talking about our residents, we're saying we're going to automatically apply it, whether they do or don't want it, or whether they do or do request it. And so I'm at a little bit of a conflict as to understanding as to then why wouldn't we just apply the business license rebate to all our businesses, or why wouldn't we just make these deferral programs available upon application rather than as a blanket?
Okay, I'll go to administration, but I can answer one question regarding the tax, the business rebate, is because all businesses have to have their business license paid for by January 1st or within the first month to receive a license from the town of Stony Plain. And since now we're dealing with this rebate in April, so most businesses should have already. Personally, myself, I have already paid both my tax business license, and same with my wife, and probably whoever has a business here as well that's listening in have already paid their business license fee. So for them not to pay for it doesn't make sense because they already paid for it. So asking for a rebate does make sense. Taxes are not due till the end of June, so they haven't paid for it. So that's one of the reasons why I can see why there's two different approaches here. Is definitely the position and the timing of when they are due, and same with the utilities.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate that, but I'm not talking about when people receive the money back. I'm talking about the eligibility and the fact that we are using a blanket approach of applying an eligibility to 100% of the residential tax base. versus on the business license, we chose to do it not as a blanket approach. We chose to do it on an application basis. So I'm just wondering which one is the preferred method and which one makes the most sense.
Okay. Administration?
Your worship, I could comment on the taxes and utilities. I guess the scope of it is much larger, and I think a piece of it is that they haven't paid for these amounts yet. Our concern when we talked about this last year, if they were to have to submit an application, is how would administration determine, what is eligible and what is not? And that's why it was thought to keep a simplistic approach of give everyone the opportunity to defer without application. And just reduce the administrative burden on the taxes on the utility side due to the scope of it.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Laurie?
Yep, appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Comments? Okay, seeing none, I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, that's 7 hands in favor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Going back to Councillor Bennett, you asked the question regarding a late fee payment, waiver of interest payments for utility bills. That was kind of mentioned in the presentation earlier. If you would like to make that motion, that is on page 57 of 138.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make that motion. I move that Town Council waive late penalties charged for the months of the same months. So that would be June and July. No, July and August. Utility billings and suspend cutoff notices and cut off utility services during this time.
Okay.
If I could speak to that, Mr. Mayor?
Sure, go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. So as we've said throughout this evening, the effects of this pandemic are not over, and so I think that this is just a little bit of a helping hand for those who are having trouble with their utility payments. I don't believe that it. I believe it helps the people that need to be helped. I don't think last year we had a lot of people who were applying for it that really didn't need it, and it wasn't a big impact. It's just a penalty for not paying during that time. So I'm so much in favor of this, Mr. Mayor, and think that this is a good step to just give a helping hand to some of our neighbors.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. Before I go to the floor for members of council to provide comment and ask questions, is there any way administration can have that written on the screen so that those people that are participating and follow along on YouTube can see the motion?
Yes, Your Worship, we'll get it displayed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Matties, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do concur with what Councillor Bennett had said, that we should waive the interest payments for July and August. I do believe that we are rolling out the vaccines, and that's going to continue over the summer months, and hopefully the majority of us will be immunized by the end of summer. So I think this is a wonderful way to just provide a little bit of reprieve until that time.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councillor Matties. Move on to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm a little confused on this here as to why we're selecting the months of June and July. You know, the original utility payment deferral program ran from April 2020 through June 2020, which was a recognition of the shutdowns that we were experiencing at the time. Since June of 2020 to current date today, we have had no utility deferral in place, and we have gone back to normal, and we have had people either paying or not paying late charges, as well as, I'm sure, cut off notices and cut off utility services, unless administration would like to tell me different. I confused as to why, if we're considering putting this motion out today, why aren't we considering current day? Why are we waiting to June to implement this, if right now is a time where we are in lockdown and people are potentially out of work and strapped on cash? You know, what about April? What about May? And then again, the end time of July 2021, you know, kind of subjective. They're talking about potential not return to normal until, you know, September, October this year. So why aren't we considering August or September? You know, I kind of go back to blanket applications of just saying, hey, we're going to throw this on to everybody. I mean, if we did something more focused right now, could we not just say, you know, give administration the authority to waive on application any late fees that would be applied to utility bills based on financial hardship of the individual consumer? So, you know, I don't know if administration could provide a little bit of context or some clarity. Certainly, if this is to go through, I really would like to see us potentially start this immediately, and then whether we either pick a finite end date or whether we have administration come back with an update and we leave it kind of open-ended and put an end date on it at a later date is maybe one of the possibilities. But I really don't understand the application of July and August when, you know, people are suffering right now.
Okay. Good comments, Councilor Laurie, and I would kind of support making it effective immediately for this month, going and matching the interest rate deferral for taxes, which is August 31st. Any other comments from members of council? Seeing that notice is coming, Councillor Bennett, I think you made the motion to be effective July to August. Any possibility of making that and changing that to effective immediately, which is April to August 2021?
Mr. Mayor, I would be acceptable to that friendly amendment.
Okay. Okay. So please make that change. Okay, Councillor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I was just going to be supportive of the changes, that it become effective immediately as well, with an open end date, as we do not know when COVID is going to come to an end. And through this whole transition time, there's some pretty trying times for some of our residents out there. So I wouldn't like to see anybody with a penalty and or a cutoff notice at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I didn't really get any administrative comments based on what I had said, but I will ask this specific administrative question right now. When we read the utility deferral from last year, it talks about a $200,000 interruption essentially in cash flow based on the initiative. So given what we are looking at today, what will be the impact from a cash flow perspective, from a penalty perspective, from a revenue perspective of instituting this program, I guess, for what is proposed right now between April and August?
Okay, thank you. Administration.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you into all of council. The cash flow on the utilities is very minimal. The interest calculated monthly, so basically every month that this is implemented, is approximately $300 in interest, and I don't, yeah, it's very minimal, so very small. I do have some current data on our actual 2021 utility penalties already, and we've already collected 96% of our total budget for the year, and so there will be no impact on the penalty side of that.
Okay. Thank
sorry,
you.
I will, sorry if I may, Mr. Mayor. Just as note on how the motion is worded before you, we've already, because we talk about utility billings, so the April utility billings have been completed. So the first month this could be effective would be May, and it would be for the April bill, but just how the wording of the motion is, it would have to be the May utility billings. It would be very taxing on administration to go back and reverse penalties that on billings that have already gone out.
Okay. Thank you for that comment. Councilor Laurie?
Yeah, Your Worship, and sorry, I guess I still didn't get the clarity. When we have a cash flow impact, that cash flow then has to be funded from, I would assume, what would be our operating line of credit. So it's noted in the report on, I believe it's page 57, under item B for the utility deferral, that the cash flow impact of this initiative was approximately $200,000 based on the 3 months. So although our utility penalties are quite low, which I'm happy to hear that, there is an impact of the interest that is charged if we have to use our operating line of credit. And so if we are going to have a cash flow impact, and we're looking at, May through August right now, which is longer than 3 months, I would assume that cash flow impact would potentially be larger than 200,000. I'm curious as to what the cost of having to manage that cash flow impact using our operating line of credit.
Okay, so go back to page 57, administration.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, and to all the council. That was the $300 per month. That's the interest calculation.
Okay. So $300 a month.
Okay, so thank you. Your Worship, maybe I would propose a friendly amendment then to Councillor Bennett, that we not include a finite end date of August 2021. However, maybe we have administration bring back a request for decision in August 2021 of whether to terminate the program at that time or continue it.
Okay, Councillor Bennett, I'll let you kind of mull over that while I go over to Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I'm just reading this motion here. I'm very glad administration did bring up the point that April has already been sent out, and I was a little alarmed that they could not. It would be prohibitive, really, to change that at this stage of the game. But when I read this, it says late penalties charged for the months of April and August. So I think that has to be reworded to say April through to August 2021, and that may interfere with Councillor Laurie's suggestion there. But to me, the motion, the way it reads, is only for those 2 months. Correct me if I'm wrong, please.
I think you're correct, Deputy Mayor. Good catch. So I think it is to April. So and again, April would be actually May's billing because March's billing already went out in April.
Yeah.
So administration, is that clear enough?
Your Worship, I'd suggest that we switch it to May.
Okay.
And if that's the case, Your Worship, that'll have to be Councillor Bennett to just replace the word April with the word May through to August 21st. And then she'll have to deal with Councillor Laurie's thing about the finite term. That's all I have to say for now.
Okay, thank you. So that's an easy fix for from April to May, because that's just a grammatical error in just the way the building cycles are run through in the town of Stony Plain. Councillor Bennett, we heard some comments from Councillor Laurie regarding leaving it open-ended to when this kind of program stops. Are you considerate of doing that, or just leaving it as is, or extending that to a few more months or to the end of the year?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to my fellow councillors for noticing those changes. I have been thinking about it, Mr. Mayor, and I do think that we need an end date, and August is reasonable. But since it's not a huge impediment to our finances of the town. Yes, I think that maybe we should just do it. So this would just be the penalties on not paying the utilities. So in other words, utilities will continue to be paid, but if they happen to miss 1 month, they still owe that amount for that month, but there won't be a penalty. So I think that's fair through to the end of the year, Mr. Mayor. So we'll make it May through December.
Okay,
2021.
Okay, that is your motion. So that's May to December of 2021.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's your adjustments as what you heard to the conversation around council.
Yeah.
Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And while I can appreciate where Councillor Bennett's kind of coming from, because this is bouncing back and forth and there's a lot of commentary, I would actually like to propose an amendment. And my amendment would be that it runs for the months of May, starting in May 2021, with a report brought to council in August 2021 to determine the continuation of the program. And then I would like to speak to that, please, Your Worship.
Okay. Administration, can you type that up, please?
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay, while staff is doing that, go ahead, Councillor Laurie.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to start by recognizing that when we put the utility deferral in place in April of 2020, we had a miss. We put a finite end date of it of June 2020, and unfortunately, we certainly experienced COVID much longer beyond that. Since the time of June 2020 to today, our utility customers in the town of Stony Plain have been subject to late penalties and have been subject to shut-off notices and actually shut off of their services, even though they were still in that time in the period of financial hardship due to COVID-19. We do know that COVID-19 at some point in time will hopefully come to an end, and that at some point in time we will have to return to normal. We estimate that that time period is going to be sometime this fall. I don't want to be in a position where, again, we have a finite end date on this and the program goes away and we are still in a negative situation, or on the opposite side of that, that we are actually back to a more state of normal and yet we are still providing a rebate or recusal or whatever you'd like to call it. I think by putting in a review date that is a little bit over 3 months out from today's date gives us a good opportunity to immediately address the situation at hand and provide this to our residents, to our utility rate customers, while giving us the opportunity in August to figure out where we're at, to determine where we were at in the COVID-19 pandemic, to figure out what our economic situation looks like, and to figure out whether we need to continue this program for further, or whether at that point in time it is time to shut it down. Again, I feel it was a miss that we did not include this in the original motion, that we only gave this rebate or deferral for 3 months while people were facing financial hardship, and I'd like to make sure we don't make the same mistake again.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Laurie. So there is an amendment on the floor. So please, we'll address our comments and questions to that amendment, and the amendment is to actually to change Councillor Bennett's motion to go from May to August, and then to have administration bring back another recommendation at that time. Members of council, any comments regarding that?
Your Worship, I'd just like to provide clarity. It is not to change it from May through August. It is to change it to starting in May with a report brought back to council in August of 2021 to determine the continuation of the program.
Correct. But the program's already going till December 31st. So would it be better to, if we wanted to review it, should we not review it in December or November so we can see how well the program is going to decide if we need to go on? Because if we debate it in August and we end it in December, well,
Your Worship, that was part of my opening comments to this, was that August is a good date that is 3 months from now that will give us a clearer outlook as to what the potential continuation of the COVID-19 pandemic looks like. I don't feel it is responsible for us just to put this through as a blanket until December 2021, because if by the end of August or September we are back to a fully open society where things are relatively back to normal, I believe our policies and procedures should go back to normal as well. And so I am asking, or I'm proposing an amendment that starts this program immediately, as the original motion does, however, puts a review date in August to determine whether the program should continue or whether the program should cease at that time. There is nothing in my proposed amendment that would have the program continued open until December of 2021. My proposed motion is to remove the December of 2021 end date.
That's correct. And that, so from what I understand, what you're saying is that you want the end date right now to be August, and then for us to review to decide if it gets extended. Because if we pass, so that's what I'm getting from you.
Okay, Your Worship, there does not need to be an end date assigned to this. We have a review date. And in August, at that review date, there would essentially be the option for two motions. One, to end the program as of, let's say, the August or September billing, or two, to continue the program either again indefinitely, as this motion essentially is, or to apply a strict deadline to that.
Okay. So the thing is, again, the motion is to start on May 21st with, and then with the report being brought back to council on August 21st. So motion from the amendment is to remove the December 31st, 2021 end date and add the review in August. Okay, and I'm seeing the motion on the screen, and it looks, to the way I'm reading it, I believe that captures it, Councillor Laurie?
Yes, Your Worship, that is my motion.
Okay. Councillor Matties, on the amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just, the original amendment spoke to utility billings. This one doesn't speak to what it is we're deferring. And secondly, I do like the idea of having a review in August to see where we're at. So I don't have a problem with that, knowing that we could continue on with this program. But I do think it needs to define what we're deferring or waiving.
Okay, so utility interest penalty.
Right. Thank you.
Your Worship, to CAO, and again, I'm just going to ask for some clarity here. The original motion, I believe, as well, that I believe was put forward by Councillor Bennett, also spoke to cutoff notices and cutting off the utility services. So I think just for clarification, if the amendment is wanting that to occur, then that should probably be written in as well.
Okay, I think that'll be reviewed in August.
Your Worship, for clarity here, again, we're voting on just the amendment at this point in time, so it doesn't need to state the utility bills, it doesn't need to state the shut-off notices or anything like that. Right now, the amendment is only dealing with the date. The original motion, which we will have to vote on after the vote for the amendment, is what should include the additional verbiage on utility bills, shut-off notices, and shut-offs.
Right, so the original motion by Councillor Bennett should be there, which says May to December, and then it needed to be red lined out, and then your amendment made there so we can actually see it easier.
Agreed.
So is that possible for
Mr.
administration?
Mayor.
The old motion up there and then just redline what the changes are, so that makes it easiest for her to understand, because it is, because the original motion by Councillor Bennett does have the utility billing and suspend cutoff notices, etc. So this is just with the amendment of the dates in between. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, Your Worship. Wouldn't it be much easier, like this is a friendly, I believe, by Councillor Laurie to the original motion made by Councillor Bennett to change the dates, which I think we basically said, yeah, okay, that's with the discussion, that seems to be all right. So why don't we just do that in the dates and the review, I guess it would be as well, with the original motion, and then it's all done in one shot. And I think maybe the CAO can weigh in on that.
Right. So that I think Councillor Bennett made the adjustments to her motion, what she believed would be friendly and acceptable to her. And then Councillor Laurie made the motion to amend.
Yes, but her motion did have the utility billings and suspend cutoff and stuff like that, which I don't see.
Yes, that's the original motion.
Yeah.
And Councillor Laurie is not changing the entire motion. He's making an amendment just for the dates.
But we've done this so many times in the past. If Councillor Bennett decides to accept his things and then get rid of the December 2021 type of deal, but keep the rest of the motion there, then she's accepted as a friendly, we vote on it. Just one vote.
Yeah, that is true if Councillor Bennett wants to make it a friendly, but through her comments, she made the changes. And then with those changes that were mentioned, because the original motion was for May to August, she made those changes to May to December. Okay. And I believe that Councillor Laurie is not happy with those changes, so he's made an amendment, an official amendment to the motion, which I accepted, and we're debating that amendment, which is in red. So Councillor Laurie does not want to change the utility building, suspend cutoff, all that stuff. He just wants to amend and add, says instead of May through December 2021, he wants to May, and then just to start at May, and then with the report back to council in August of 2021 to determine if the program continues.
Yeah, okay, we've got two motions then. I still believe that we can have it all rolled into one and just have the one vote. That's my thing. We'll vote twice, I guess.
Yeah, because it's not a friendly amendment, Councillor Loy.
It isn't a friendly amendment.
No.
I didn't realize that.
And that's why I said Councillor Bennett made the adjustments to her motion after she heard our conversation. Councillor Laurie was not happy with those adjustments, so he made an amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's where we're at right now. Anybody else like to speak? Okay. I'll speak before I go out to Councillor Bennett and then back to Councillor Laurie. I'm kind of on the fence on this one. I think having it to be reviewed back in August to determine if this utility billing gets extended or not, then the same question has to be raised with the tax deferral and interest payments there. We just passed the motion that says, no, the program is, when it should have been done, we extended it for 2 months. That gave residents the ability to defer any payments and incur any interest for those 2 months. But after that, starting September 1st, it's back to business as usual. With this, there's kind of no end dates, so we can't let residents know what's happening. So how long does this carry on? So I'm wondering if we're looking at this for this item, maybe we should review the other one to make it similar, so that if the pandemic is still going on strong, maybe nobody pays taxes for the whole year. I'm just kind of, that's why I'm on the fence, just kind of thinking of how that kind of all works together. Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for pointing out that this is not a friendly amendment. Mr. Mayor, I am thinking of our staff at this point, and this not being a clear-cut motion, and I'm speaking to the amendment now, it not being clear-cut as to what they can expect and what they can foresee when we have an end date. And I did change that through December to give our residents a bit of an idea of how long this could continue. But other than that, Mr. Mayor, I'm not willing to have our staff go through coming back to us in August to continue a debate on this. I think that for simplicity and for our staff to know exactly what we're proposing here, it needs to have an end date. And I think that the original motion is the one that that I will support, and I will not support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Matties?
Thank you, Your Worship. And listening to my my colleagues, I starting to really support what Councillor Bennett is saying with regards to having a firm end date, and that because it is $300 interest a month, in terms of cash flow impact to us, I think it's not a huge amount of money, and yet I think it could mean a lot to individuals that would not have the risks of maybe losing their utilities or something like that as a result of being a cut off. So I support the original, and I'm not, I'm agreeing not to bring administration back in August with regards to a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matties. Councillor Meyer?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just very briefly, I appreciate my fellow councillor Laurie's comments about the miss that we made on making this motion, the original motion back when COVID first struck. While I appreciate why this is here, I too feel like I will support the original motion. I'm not sure that we can go back and correct mistakes that were made earlier with this. So that's all my comment.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie, I'll let you, this is your amendment, I'll let you close, please.
Perfect. Thank you, Your Worship. I would agree we can't go back and correct mistakes that were made in the past, but we certainly can correct those so we don't make those same mistakes again in the future. We've heard a lot of comments, and I appreciate all of the comments that were put forward, and I just want to close by addressing a couple of them. We talk about the tax deferral on our tax rate, which is a singular annual bill that is sent out to the users in the town. And again, I'm not necessarily opposed to having a discussion about how long we put that, but again, that's a singular item. It's the same as our business license. We're using a different method for our business license. So I really don't understand the discussion and the comments around, you know, why we would have to have the utility, which is a monthly invoice that's sent to customers that varies, why that would have to go along the same lines as anything else. So I'm not sure on that. Again, the same as calling this not being clear cut or not giving the opportunity to foresee. I actually see this in the complete opposite spectrum. I think this is clear cut. This is telling our administration that as of today, we are asking for no late penalties, no shutoffs, no shutoff notices to be given on our utility bills. And we are asking administration to give us the ability to foresee the future need and impact by coming back to us in August after it has been in place for 3 months to give us that picture as to, does this need to continue? Is it of value? Is it helping? What impacts will it have on us? it also gives us the opportunity to look at it as to, does the need continue? Which is exactly where this motion comes from originally, because when we first did the utility deferral, we slapped a generic time on it, and we did not propose anything that allowed us to make a decision on this if the need continued. And the need did in fact continue from what we see. The need has continued all the way through to today, or this would not be in front of us. So we do need to have something that is open-ended. We do need to have something that will be reviewed. I'm open to saying maybe we move that review until, September or October, but I don't think that that review should be put out, almost 8+ months. So again, I think we're all looking to do something great for our residents. We're all looking to ease the burden as much as possible. But again, I think we need to look at proper practice. And I feel personally that this is the right way to do this. I think it gives us an open-ended opportunity in August to understand from administration what the benefits of this program have been, to foresee what any future benefits or what future challenges may be with the program, and make a decision closer to the time where we are supposed to be back into a better state of economic recovery and of having restrictions eased and people are back to normal in life, which is at what point in time our policies go back to. Although the dollar amount is small, keeping this in place until December, if the economy is back open, restrictions are lifted by September, what are we achieving by having this in place from September to December? So I put the amendment forward. I support the amendment, obviously, and I would encourage my fellow council members to as well.
Thank you, Councilor Laurie. So members of council, this is the vote on just the amendment only, is to change the timelines and to bring a review back in August of 2021. Okay. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, there's 2 hands in favor. Oh, 3 hands in favor.
Okay, so this is just for the amendment. Okay, if you can lower the hands, please. Okay, all those opposed to the amendment?
Mr. Mayor, there's 4 hands in favor.
Okay.
Opposed?
Okay, so those are opposed, so it is 3-4. It was Councilor Laurie, Councilor Fletchko, and Councilor Meyer that was in favor of the amendment, and then Councilor Matty's, Deputy Mayor Lloyd, Councilor Bennett, and myself were opposed. So that amendment has failed. So back to the original motion of Councilor Bennett's, is that town council waive late penalties from May to December 2021. Can we have the correct motion on, please? Okay, administration, can we have the correct motion up, please? Did I lose the internet connection?
No, Your Worship. Again, since we're not in the room together, I presume that staff are working on going back to what I believe was the May to December motion or wording, I guess.
That's correct. So it is May 2021 through December of 2021. Thank you.
Your Worship, if I may have a quick opportunity to provide a couple comments on this particular motion, and Your Worship, I guess offer, I don't know if it's an apology, but I wasn't sure when to speak in or speak up, and frankly, we weren't called upon. I do think it's important that council understands that the motion in front of you now, although the intent, I believe, is across the board between, I mean, with all 7 council members, from what I can understand, you know, to provide some form of alleviation of financial challenge, is one way to put it. But I'd be remiss, Your Worship, if I didn't point out that the motion as it's written right now would essentially allow an individual in the town of Stony Plain to frankly not pay their water bill from May till December, and there would be no interest, and we would not be able to you know, frankly, turn water off, which, good, bad, or otherwise, Your Worship, would ultimately result in, and I know that's a far-fetched, perhaps, example, but it would be there, and you could end up, you know, if a person's got an average $100, $125 water bill, by the time January comes around, and frankly, the town would have the ability to either charge interest or take further action. You know, they would be into whatever, $8,000-9,000 water bill outstanding. Your Worship, I wasn't sure, frankly, to insert that in the previous debate or not, but I do think that's relevant for council as part of the decision.
Thank you, Town Manager. Councillor Bennett, does that motion look correct?
Except it should say and suspend cutoff note. Oh, it does. Okay, that was corrected. Oh, Mr. Mayor, now I know why originally I said up to August. But this is the motion, and I'm going to let it stand, and it either passes or it doesn't, unless I have further guidance, maybe from you, Mr. Mayor, as to what our manager just informed us. I don't think I had really envisioned the repercussions.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Bennett. And so one of my questions that I had for administrative staff is, if this motion is passed by council, how does that affect our budget numbers? Because this is a spring adjustment issue through the 2021 corporate year. And does that also impact our 2022 if there's a large number of utilities that have not yet been paid? And number 3 is last year when every municipality was passing a waiver for those several months that was recommended by the province, and same with the utility companies also waived their payments. How much uptake did the town of Stony Plain have in that, in terms of the number of utility bills that were not paid until the deferral, the late fee deferral was removed? So sorry, there's 3 questions in there. Just trying to figure this out.
Your Worship, I'll ask one of our finance team to try to speak to those.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you into all of council. So to your first question and what the impact of that would be, being that this is a longer period than was done last year, and last year we were mirroring the 90 days that was the Alberta government utility payment deferral program. And so I can't predict. However, I would estimate that the uptake could potentially be quite significantly higher if a resident or non-resident knows that they don't have to pay their utility bills for 8 months. So that would be the first one. So the numbers that were provided in regards to the impact were only based on the uptake for last year, as well as only for those 3 months and 90 days. And as you continue to defer it, it does increase the cash flow requirements exponentially, because you're now paying interest on double the amount as you continue to progress through the months. So just overall difficult to measure that at this time. The second piece was there a large number of utilities not paid last year? And so approximately there were 350 utility accounts that took advantage of the program, or 5%. So that's what we're using for our calculations today. And then the third question, sorry if you can repeat that, it was regarding the deferral.
Yes, so if this does pass and yes, do all your calculations of how does this affect the 2022 corporate plan?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you and to all of council. If this is ended in December, it would not impact 2022, or I guess what the impact that it would have in 2022 is dependent on what is outstanding on our line of credit at the end of the year and how much interest we're paying and how quickly those utility bills are paid off. So that would be difficult to calculate at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Laurie, then Councilor Mattis, then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will not be supporting the motion as written, and I just want to be very clear that I fully support and 100% would like to see us have a waiver of late penalties and suspending cutoff notices and cutoff utility services, especially effective immediately and especially effective for the short term. But given my previous comments and my previous amendment, and now the further comments from administration, I think just solidifies again that we cannot just put this as an open-ended portion for an 8-month period of time, that it presents a significant risk if left unchecked, and it does not give our administration a good opportunity to come back to us and let us know how the program is working and what the further outcomes of it might be, should the program continue or not continue, and whether we feel it is or is not necessary. So, Your Worship, I appreciate the motion, and I 100% support council waiving the late penalties and suspending the cutoff notices and cutoff utility services at this time, but I will not be able to support the motion as it is written.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Laurie. Councilor Mattis.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is, so basically, if we do not support this motion, we'll go back to the original motion, which is from May until August 31st. Is that correct?
No, Councilor Mattis. If this motion is not passed, then it is dead.
Okay, and so can we make an amendment to this?
You can make an amendment. If Councilor Bennett wants to make it a friendly, she can change it. If not, then you would have to make an official amendment, and I would.
Okay, I would like to try to make a friendly amendment, which basically would go from May 2021 to August 31st, or August 2021, and then that way we can review it at that time. You know, but at least you have a start and an end date.
Okay, so friendly is you want to make the amendment to August. Councilor Bennett, is that a friendly or you want to have not?
That's a friendly amendment, Mr. Mayor, but then Councillor Mattis said, and then have a report in August, which made me chuckle a little bit because that was just the motion that we just now defeated. So I too think that that going to December is too long. What with the information we just received, maybe even going to August is too much. That's 2 months longer than what our program was last year, and again, as town manager said, that's 4 months of interest rates if somebody decides to take advantage of all 4 months. So June, July, I'd actually like to go back to July, May, June to the end of June and make it 2 months, the same as it was before. It seemed to work well. People were able then to pay their utility bills without an accumulation of many months of of interest. There it is.
Okay, now this is June, so it's not quite the friendly that
I know.
Councilor Matties had
So
suggested.
I'm wondering if Councillor Matties will accept my friendly amendment to her friendly amendment. This is getting we're going down the rabbit hole here, but I too do not want to lose this motion, and so I'm hoping that people will support basically what happened last year for the 2 months.
Okay, Councilor Penna, I would suggest July, because it was a 90-day deferral that we did last year, and that was what the province had suggested and promoted, and every municipality in I think every municipality in Alberta passed a similar motion for 90 days. So
90 days.
It will be May, June, and July.
90 days, yes.
Councillor Matties, it's not quite August like you wanted, but is July okay?
July would be perfect. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you, Councillor Matties. And I think I have Deputy Mayor up. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, yes, thank you. The last two speakers basically covered everything I wanted to say. The other motion I would not have supported. This one I can support. I just have a question for our CAO. With all our back and forth and amendments and friendlies and this and that, are we on good legal terms here? Have we followed the proper rules and arrived to this motion satisfactorily?
That's a good question. Administration, so if this passes or not passes, does it in terms of governance and corporate, does that meet a requirement?
Your Worship, even I would just offer up and say, I think we've tracked everything. I think we have a good understanding of it. The motion in front of council is in front of you. I think it can be voted on. Again, if there's something untoward that we discover through minute processes or whatever, we would notify council of such.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I think we've come threefold, three circle, and right back to where we were to begin with, which is quite fine. But again, this motion leaves on the table the opportunity to forget about the problem that exists, which is COVID-19. And if this continues to carry on, what in this motion allows for this to be brought back to council at the end of July? Or are we just saying that we simply are going to leave this, and if nobody else remembers, we drop it again, and our residents get left in the cold? I feel this is a good motion that's on the floor, but it does need to come back to council so that we can review it. And if there's need to do something, I think we should be able to do that. So if somebody can help me to understand how this would get this back to council at the end of July, I would appreciate that knowledge, please.
Okay, administration.
Your Worship, yeah, certainly. So, I mean, I could offer a couple comments to that. So, I mean, there's nothing in the motion that, formally directs that it comes back at any particular date. So just to be clear, that's the first thing. Second of all, I mean, we are going to be monitoring the budget through the year. We were intending to still come back to council with COVID-related financial aspects, through the course of 2021. So that would be the other option. Frankly, if there's a date that's requested, whether that's, July or August, putting in the motion is the cleanest and most and the most certain way to have that happen for sure. Again, that being said, we are intending to bring fiscal updates related to COVID throughout 2021. At any point in time, any member of council could certainly inquire about it at that time. Again, we've certainly listened to council through the past debate here and understand that, this is important topic, and we would move forward with that in mind too. I'll stop there, Your Worship.
Thank you. And I'll just provide some comments on that from what I was thinking and what I've heard, and some of the reasons why we only made 90 days last time, and similar to what the CEO just mentioned prior to our conversation on this, is if we review this back in July, if that's the case in the direction of council, if council decides to, again, extend it for another 90 days, well, then we have the same scenario, which is mentioned by the town manager, that we would have 60 days or how many days of somebody not paying their utilities, which then could lead to a very, very large utility bill when this program ends. Then if you're not able to, pay the monthly payments, are you able to pay, 9 months of utilities all at once, plus the interest? So I think that's something we have to be really, really careful about if this program goes on too long. Who else is on the list here? Councilor, are you up again?
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, this conversation has gone full circle, and I think we've identified a lot of things in this. I do have the same concern as I mentioned previously, and as Councillor Palechko mentioned. We went from July of 2020 to April of 2021 without this in place because it got forgot, because it ended and nobody took the initiative to bring it back forward to council, or council themselves didn't take the initiative to bring it back forward to determine whether it should go on or not. So it leaves me in a difficult spot, because I kind of look at this and say, well, yeah, the government, the provincial government isn't coming forward with an additional 90 days right now. And so what's the purpose behind us doing it? But at the same time, I do think the program holds merit. I wish we had the program in from July 2020 to April 2021, because we hear that the fiscal impact to the town is actually quite minimal. And I think there are ways that we could curb any challenges that we were facing, to say, put a cap in place that if a utility bill got to a certain dollar value, that the town administration would work with that utility customer to make sure that there weren't going to be difficulties paying that balance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I will support this motion as it is, but I do really wish that we would have something coming back to us in July, so that we could make a decision as to whether it should end in July or whether it should continue, rather than just potentially getting forgotten again.
Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that I'll end debate on this.
Thank you. And with that, not too sure. I have a couple of councillors that would like to see something coming back. Is there any possibility of having a report when this is over? If we can just say, and then a report back to council after the program is ended. So then again, it comes fresh into council's mindset, and if council would like to do something else after, that's a possibility of council. And I do have to kind of caution council again. The dollars and cents that we're talking about is minimal for the interest payments, but not for the utility bill itself. So when we waive the interest payments, that is the minimal $300 that is mentioned by administration. So that has little bearing on the town of Stony Plain. But the utility bill itself may be a couple $100 times how many residents that are using the program, which could be tens of thousands of dollars a month. And if, for example, if somebody has an average water bill of $100 and there's 9 months that they chose not to pay it, and at the end of the 9th month, they need $900 to pay the bill, or interest starts at $900, not at $100 anymore. So that's just food for thought. Administration, is it possible to just say that, confirmation that this will be reported back? Let's say July. When is the next quarterly report after July?
Your worship, I'm not sure about that. If you're looking for my advice and or opinion, I would probably want to see us coming back with a report in July. I know that we have the gapped out meetings a little bit. And I would probably want us to do it in July so that if council wanted to make any changes, we would be able to either review and get them done in a timely manner. That would be my suggestion, your worship, and certainly that's all we can do.
Okay, well, I'll mark it on my calendar here. Anything else? Okay, Sina, thank you for the conversation. That was a great discussion amongst council members to see how this affects the community, and definitely passionate felt from each and every members of council. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. And it is 6:56. So we're just going to call for a 10-minute recess. So please come back at 7:06, please. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, members of council. Moving on with our agenda, we're moving to 9.4, which is the downtown redevelopment project update. Administration, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll ask our General Manager of Planning and Infrastructure to speak to this item.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll make a few comments and then pass it over to our Manager of Engineering, who's been working closely on this file. As Council is aware, we've been working since last October on the project schedule. A meeting was held recently with the two utility companies and the contractor who does the work, and we're here tonight to talk a little bit about the schedule. There are three key points that we'd like to make tonight in particular, that we are working with the two utility companies to do everything we can to ensure the works are completed concurrently and that the schedule is done to least amount of time as possible. Second thing is the objective of us is to get the road open as quickly as possible with maybe some of the ancillary surrounding activities to follow. And the third thing is we're communicating with businesses and the public throughout the project. We will continue to do that through our economic development and our project team. I'll now pass it over to the Manager of Engineering for a brief report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to give you an update on the downtown redevelopment construction schedule for 2021. The town and its contractor and its consultant have been working very hard over the past few months to coordinate the remaining work, as well as resolve the utility conflicts that currently exist at the intersection of 50th Street and 50th Ave with TELUS and ACO. The most up-to-date construction schedule is as follows. May 10th, the notices will be delivered to local businesses of the impending closure of the roadway for further construction. May 16th, the contractor will be mobilizing to the site, closing the road on May 17th. May 17th through 25th, the contractor will begin excavating the remaining intersection to expose the utilities that are in conflict, as well as begin work on a pertinent infrastructure that's in around the site to begin work to expedite construction. On May 25th through June 2nd, TELUS will mobilize to relocate their existing conflict so it is no longer of issue with the construction. Following that, June 7th through the 21st, ACO will then mobilize to also relocate and move their line out of the construction, out of the way of the construction activities. And from there, June 21st through October 2021, CarMax will then complete the project. It was initially anticipated that ACO would be able to mobilize to site sooner. The town was notified in late March that due to other priorities, ACO could not mobilize to site any sooner than June 7th, the date that we are now providing council. The completion of this project does rely on ACO completing its work, and every effort is being made to help expedite ACO's access to the site, as well as working in and around or work with them as much as possible. In the meantime, the town's economic development team and engineering team will be continuing to engage with updates to downtown businesses, utilizing one-on-one discussions and weekly email updates. I will now welcome any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you for the presentation and thank you for the timelines. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding of the presentation? Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, administration, for the presentation. Just a brief question in regards to ATCO being essentially delayed, if you want to call it that, or unable to mobilize the site until June 7th. We know that the closure of these roads is significantly impactful on our residents and our businesses, and I'm just wondering if they're not able to mobilize until June 7th, is there a possibility to keep the roads open a little bit longer earlier here? So if we're talking about CarMax mobilization, do they need to be mobilized in that time period in order to finish the work that can be done before ATCO arrives? Or again, just looking at opportunities to try and limit the impacts to residents and businesses as much as possible?
Yes, good question, Councillor Laurie. I think TELUS starts on May 25th. So I think we need to excavate before that.
Yeah, I understand that, but I believe that TELUS and ATCO cannot work at the same time. And so Again, though, if we're pushed back, I'm just wondering if we can push back the start date as well.
Your Worship, through Councillor Lauria, to provide some clarity, that the construction schedule as presented, there are dependent activities within the schedule that would require, in order to keep TELUS and ATCO in their current, scheduled timelines. There are requirements that that CarMax must meet, and to do those, they have to mobilize within this timeline. There is no desire to impact that intersection any longer than it needs to be. The town and CarMax are very sensitive to the access that point in the transportation network gives the town, as well as the local businesses. To change that without discussing the impacts with TELUS or ATCO could potentially cause further issues down the line, as their schedules are set, and we have requirements that need to be made in order to facilitate them getting access into the site. There are also implications that CarMax is trying to leverage with the site open, that they can get some work done while TELUS and ATCO may be present in the site. How much of that work can be done relies completely on the safety of which to do so, with both crews in place, as well as just the practicality of having two different crews being there, as well as other factors. I'm not sure if this answers your question. I guess I'll just welcome some feedback on that answer.
No, thank you. It does answer my question, and I'm gonna make you pull your hair out a little bit, because now I'm going to ask the opposite question. And I'm going to say that we have an anticipated mobilization on May 16th. We are only at April 12th right now, and have received some significantly favorable weather, and appear to be looking to receive some very significantly favorable weather over the next several weeks. So is there an opportunity for the contractor CarMax to mobilize to site sooner and complete more work prior to TELUS and ATCO's interruption?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, fair question. Certainly the weather in Alberta, it's been very good these last few weeks, and with the exception of the storm that we had the other day, you could definitely be right to ask that question. I've been keeping up with our utilities group, as well as some of the other contractors that I know in the industry. They are still finding frost as low as 2 feet into the ground in some locations. So while it looks good and the temperatures have gone up, the frost is still a consideration. There's also internal mobilization concerns for CarMax moving in. They're still moving their stuff around. This is from us pushing. This was the earliest that they felt they could get in right now, with given all the other stuff that's happening. But the frost was the biggest implication of that discussion.
Excellent, thank you, and I will stop making you pull your hair out now.
Thanks, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm hoping we're not going to pull anybody's hair out around here, but just a question with regards to the fencing. Like, so we've said that the completion is scheduled for October 27th. I did notice, for example, in the past where we would remove the fencing and there was other work that needed to be done, for example, the sidewalks, etc. Are you thinking that the fence will be up that whole entire time, is I guess my question.
Yes, thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Matties, thank you for that. One thing that is hoped is, and hoped is maybe not the apt word to describe this, but one of the short-term goals that we've been talking with the contractor is there opportunity to get the major road works and utility works done, so that we can remove some of that fencing sooner. Now, I can't commit to any date on that at this time, because it's certainly a big factor in how that may play out is how well we can work with the utility companies in conflict right now. But it is hoped that we can find a way to just, I guess, open the roadway up at a sooner date towards the end of the project, and maybe just keep the fencing or the localized construction zones to the remaining work that may be in the concrete work, such as the sidewalks. I'm not trying to give you a non-answer, like just to say that we are certainly, that's certainly something we're trying to find ways to do if we can make this less of an impact. We're exploring all options.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just going to page, I believe it's 63. Just the comment at the bottom about Carmack's schedule assumes good, reasonable working conditions. It includes 6 working days per week, and the completion date of October 27th. So when that sounds all out, which is good, but it also sounds like they're going to need every single day in the work plans. So it's kind of a 2-part question. One, now I'll get a chance to make you pull your hair out. I would like you to look into your crystal ball and tell me if we're going to get this done. But if we don't get it done, what's our plan B?
So, Your Worship, to Councillor Mayor, part of my pensing, I'm trying to articulate my answer to those questions. So, I can't quite remember the first one, but if I can pick on the second one for now, in terms of what's our contingency to look forward to. Currently, the plan is to complete this project within that time frame. The contingent part of what may or may not happen as we get closer to August and September is very difficult for me to say with 100% certainty what we may or may not encounter. Now, the hope, like some of the unknowns that have appeared in this project, such as the tunnel that was discovered last year. There was a power pole found sideways throughout the corridor that we didn't anticipate. These utility conflicts. The hope is that being at the end of the project, having excavated the area, there's a stronger understanding of what is remaining to do. The work items are understood of what needs to be done, and the conditions in that site are better understood than, say, a year ago when we were opening everything up and finding some of these unknowns as we went. So the hope is that with a stronger understanding of the site, the work items that are remaining are achievable within that schedule. So I can't answer what contingency would be available if we were not able to complete it, because we'd have to see what areas were not able to be completed should an unknown event occur. I apologize if that's a vague answer. I guess I would look for feedback if that's something that you're looking for.
Your Worship, if I can just jump in there quickly. So I think part of the understanding would be, that would be when we would be bringing reports, halfway through the construction season, both as updates reports as to how things are going, how do we see the next, 6 weeks or 8 weeks unfolding. And I believe our manager of engineering would probably concur that, as the weeks, the project moves along, that all becomes clear. At this point, like you said, it's sort of a crystal ball as to how some of that will occur. But, halfway through the construction season, that's when we should be doing update reports and providing options if things aren't going the way we thought they were, or indicating that they have been going the way we think they would, and things are on track. I'll stop there, Your Worship.
Thank you. I see nobody else has sent me a message that they want to ask questions of clarity and understanding, so I will ask a question myself. And maybe just tying on to Councillor Meyer's question, the scheduled completion date is set for October 27th. Is it possibly going past that in terms of if we find out some delays and stuff, can we continue construction after October 27th, or that's the date that we have to stop construction, period?
Your Worship, thank you for the question. I hate to say it goes back to the it depends category. I have done a number of projects where they've gone into middle of November. and we've had to close construction seasons in mid-October. As you know, it's that at that time of year, it's completely weather dependent, and it's dependent on what work items you have remaining. As I was saying to a previous question, one of the goals is to try and expedite the road and major utilities work to be completed sooner, so that we can focus on the pertinent infrastructure such as sidewalks and I guess the final connecting infrastructure that would be mostly concrete, which has options for being constructed in lower temperatures. There are other I guess coordinated implications such as heating and hoarding and other factors, but those things can be done. Things like paving and gravel construction are far more challenging and sometimes not possible. So there are items that we require the good weather, and well, like we require good weather for all of it. But there are ways to work around other installations. So to answer your question, I guess the end date is right now October 27th for, I guess, a target. And the hope is that this will be done sooner than that, but that's a target that we're currently aiming for right now.
Okay, thank you. And maybe another question then. With the amount of work that was done last year to unearth the ATCO line and the TELUS utility corridor, and then also the power pole and another water vault in that intersection, is there anything else that we can expect to be unexpected there? Like, have we dug enough that we know what's there? We're not going to find, a bronze statue of a horse down there or something that haven't seen. Like, I know this is downtown reconstruction. That's usually happens with a lot of older communities. But are we safe enough to say that we're pretty confident that there's nothing unexpected in the ground anymore?
Your Worship, thank you for that. I always reserve the right to be surprised on this project. That being said, in discussions with our consultant and our contractor, with the excavation that's happened, like I said, we're reasonably familiar with what's down there already. And we think that there's been enough kind of exposing of things that the surprises should be minimal. I'm hesitant to say 100% we're not going to find something. One thing that has been an ongoing sticking point in this project has been contaminated soils. We didn't encounter that in the initial excavation of this intersection, but we have found pockets of that throughout the project. We will have to dig a little deeper than we did initially to expose the ATCO line, for example. So there's a chance we could find something like contaminated soils. So I don't want to say 100% no, but like I said, we're hopeful that those surprises should be minimized as much as we can.
Okay, thank you. And my third question, similar to last year on phase 1, 2, 3, there was access from 50th Avenue to Main Street, and it came to about 80% down the road, and there's a little roundabout that was created to allow vehicle traffic into the intersection and onto the street. Is something not being considered for this intersection, so we can have access open from 51st Avenue to, say, halfway down the block, and to have a little roundabout until we're ready to pave the whole thing?
Your Worship, I don't have a perfect answer for that right now, but turnaround options are being looked at for that location. I don't know if it's going to end up being another roundabout or some other option, but it's something that's being discussed.
Okay, thank you. And will that discussion have taken place and decided on prior to the construction meeting with local businesses?
Your Worship, yes, that's something we're targeting as part of what we'll be giving information to the businesses in the local area.
Okay, thank you. Members of Council, any questions for clear understanding? Okay, seeing none. Let's go, Councillor Mattis with the motion, please.
That Town Council accept the Downtown Redevelopment Project update for information.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mattis. Thank you, administration, for your presentation and the questions of clarity understanding from members of council. Members of council, any questions, debate regarding the motion to accept for information? See none, I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, that's 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you. And that has passed. Moving on to number 9.5, which is the corporate plan Q1 report. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a few general comments to make, and then I will turn it over to our general manager of strategic services. Your Worship, in front of you is quarterly update on the strategic plan. I was going to just make a few comments about the upcoming quarter, Your Worship, and some of the project initiatives and thoughts that I just have moving forward into the next quarter. So, Your Worship, to the rest of council, I know there's still an amount of uncertainty, but we do at this point still see our vaccination numbers going up on a daily basis. And again, I will not attempt to predict entirely how that will play out, but I do think we still need to take into consideration the direction of both the federal and the provincial government to have a majority of Canadians and Albertans vaccinated with at least one shot of one of the vaccinations by the end of June. Why I still believe that is important for us to bear in mind is that it would seem to lead to the potential relaxing of restrictions as we get into the summer months. And again, why that I believe is critically important to council, to me and my staff, and to our community is that that might be the opportunity where we see some of the ability to come back together. And what shape that is, or how many, or numbers, or outside or inside, I'm not going to predict. But I do believe that as we move through the summer months, we'll have that opportunity more so than we have had for, frankly, the past 13, 14 months, Your Worship. So to that end, I believe that we need to be considering different ways to get people in and around the community moving, whether that's supporting some of our local user groups, some of our own events, or small scale initiatives, Your Worship. But I believe that's something that's important to not just the town of Stony Plain, but frankly the province of Alberta and the rest of the country, as to how do we continue to move our way out of COVID-19. So, Your Worship, Council, that's something that's on my mind, on our mind here at the town office, and we'll be working towards over the course of the next quarter. Secondly, Your Worship, I just had a bit of a conversation there, but over the next quarter, we will be moving into the majority of our construction projects. And I believe our general manager did send out a brief update on some of those moving forward to council via email, and that's certainly appreciated. We will obviously focus on the manner in which those projects are managed and move through the construction process, but we'll also spend time, effort, and thought into the communication that goes along with it. If you remember, Your Worship, about I can't remember, 6 months ago, 8 months ago, I wanted to pass along a thanks to Alberta Transportation for their communication of their project through last year. I hope and believe that will continue, and that we'll be able to keep the community updated on that important 779 construction through the next few months. Your Worship, and then the final thing that I wanted to just provide a little bit of commentary on is potential developments in construction in the private sector throughout our community through 2021. Fortunate again, Your Worship, to speak to one of our regional developers this afternoon. I will say that I am continuing to hear, that there's projects coming, there's some excitement out there. Some of the chips have to fall in line properly, but that there is the intent to see some of that construction growth on the private side through 2021. We'll continue to engage in those conversations with our development industry to understand where they're at, where they're going, and how we can help that along from our perspective here at the town office, Your Worship. So I'm going to stop there. A couple of things again, just coming out of COVID-19 over the next couple of months. Construction projects, big deal for us over the next couple of months, and working with our development industry as well, Your Worship. I'm going to stop there. Thank you. I'm just going to ask our General Manager of Strategic Services to walk us through the report and the update.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Town Manager and Mayor and Council. Good evening. And provided for you in the agenda package starting on page 68 is the summary of our Q1 2021 Strategic Plan and Corporate Plan Initiatives update for Council's review and consideration. The intent of this report, which is quarterly provided to Council and the public, is to ensure that we provide a clear understanding of the progress and status of those key actions that are outlined within our strategic plan, as well as the initiatives that allocate resources within our corporate plan to transacting those key actions and delivering on the progress that Council has laid out within our strategic plan for the community with our stakeholders and our partners. I won't speak to the specifics of all the details that are included within the report. However, certainly myself and other staff members here with us this evening can answer any questions that Council may have with regards to the items that have been provided in the report as to the status or the update for further clarity for Council if they request it. And just confirming that our Q2 report for 2021 will be provided in July for Council as well. So I'll just pause there if Council has any specific questions within the report that we can provide clarity on. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. Thank you very much, Administrative Staff. So members of Council, this is 9.5. This is the Q1 of 2020. Any questions of clarity and understanding from what we've read and was presented? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I just bring attention to page 73 under economic opportunity. The third bullet there, collaborate with business community. It says under review by administration. I think I know what the answer is, but I was wondering if you could, if administration could expand on that for me, please.
Thank you.
Certainly, Your Worship, through to Councillor Meyer and all of Council. That item has been under development by our economic development staff. They are preparing an initiative for consideration within the upcoming corporate plan and have been dialoguing with key stakeholders and developers to forward that for further consideration.
Okay, Councillor Meyer.
Thank you.
Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear Councillor Meyer's question, so I'm not sure if I'm going to be repeating it. But my questions are with regards to the points. There's a few points in the report that speak about update, about review by administration. And I'm wondering, when do we expect to be updated on those things? So for example, on the North Business Park and Highway Commercial, that's on page 73. And also
page 74 as well, Councillor Matties.
Yes. So if I could get an update as to, yes, that's on page 73, and then on 74, the downtown core, we just had a review by that, but and then explore programs regarding historic properties in the downtown area under review by administration. I'm just wondering, when do we, it would be nice if there was a note on there as to when we would be updated. and if there's any update today.
Thank you. Yeah, so nice to have which quarter that might be coming to council.
Certainly, Your Worship, and through to Councillor Matties and all of council, we can certainly adjust some of the reporting to give a little bit more clarity as to, when that those items will be brought forward for consideration, either through the corporate plan or a specific report to council. So we can certainly look at that for the next quarterly report. With regards to those 3 items that you've highlighted, Councillor Matties, those were all added in our last strategic plan update in 2020, and our economic development staff have been reviewing those items and looking at how to address and allocate resources and capacity to advance those items. And so certainly, we can provide an update in Q2 as to the specifics of when we'll have some clarity about next steps and decisions for council on those.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Matties?
No, that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, any other questions for clarity and understanding? No. Okay, thank you, administration, for providing the report. It's very good and easy to read and see where some of those projects that council has prioritized and seeing where they are getting completed, or in which quarter that will be coming to members to council for review. I would need Deputy Mayor for a motion, please.
Yes, Your Worship, the Town Council accept the Q1 2021 Strategic Plan and Corporate Plan Report for information.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Members of council, any questions regarding the motion to accept for information? Okay, seeing none, I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, that's 7 hands in favor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Moving on to 9.6, which is the council strategic plan for 2020, 2024, 2021 and to 2024. I mean, as council is aware, we had our strategic plan just a little while ago. Normally we do it in January, but with everything that was going on, we pushed it off till March. So this is coming to us just for review to see where the priorities lie that came out of the conversations that we had. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you again, Your Worship. On this one, I will just turn it over to our General Manager of Strategic Services.
Thank you, Town Manager, and I'll just share my screen to walk through the strategic plan and the updates provided. Mr. Mayor, if you can just confirm that you can see the presentation of my slides.
Your screen is showing.
Thank you. Your Worship and members of council, provided for your review and consideration is the draft strategic plan for 2021-2024. As you're aware, council annually reviews and updates the strategic plan to ensure the commitments and key actions are relevant and advance the priorities towards the long-term vision of for Stony Plain. What is presented for you tonight is an update of the that incorporates your input following the strategic plan retreat that you noted, Mayor Choi, that took place last month in March. To provide some context as to how the town utilizes this plan, the strategic framework is drawn from the long-term community vision and goals outlined in the town's municipal development plan, which was also just updated in 2020. Following the approval of the strategic plan, administration will utilize the plan to prioritize projects and operations, which are presented to council in the form of the corporate plan in November. The corporate plan provides the annual funding and resource allocations for projects, programs, and services delivered by the town to our residents and businesses. And I would just like to highlight the updates that have been incorporated into the plan, and then I'd be open to any questions of council. So to begin with, the first pillar or theme of our strategic plan is governance and partners. And we will continue to pursue the three commitment statements that are noted within the plan. There are two key actions that have been updated and added into the plan. And I'll just highlight under cultivating a strong organizational structure. We have added a key action, the first bullet there. I'll just highlight it. Understand and build on the learnings from COVID-19 to enhance our organizational resiliency and ability to adapt. And under our third commitment statement of engaging with our residents and stakeholders to build and support community resiliency through COVID-19 pandemic recovery. The remaining actions of this pillar are ongoing from the previous version of the plan. Oops. Under the economic opportunity pillar, the town will continue to pursue the noted three commitments with one key action removed as it has now been completed. And specifically, that was the action to relocate the Town of Stony Plain Library into the downtown core. And as council and the community is most likely aware of, that has been completed and just recently opened for visitors, and then due to the pandemic restrictions has had to close. But we're excited when the facility is going to be reopened and fully operational for our residents to enjoy. The remaining actions of this pillar are ongoing from the previous version of the plan as well. Moving to the supportive infrastructure theme, the town will continue to pursue the three noted commitments with two completed actions that have been removed from the plan and one new key action that has been added. I'll just note that the two actions that have been addressed and completed in early 2021, the updated transportation master plan was presented to council for information, and administration is now working to implement and sequence the phasing of that plan into our corporate plan and our capital planning. And as well, we also are just on the very few short weeks away from launching our public transit service and continuing to support the implementation of our Regional Transit Service Commission, which launched in January. So both of those items are underway and part of our ongoing operations at this point. And so we've specifically removed them from the plan as completed. The one item that has been, one key action that has been added to this section of the plan, I'll just highlight there, is to address broadband infrastructure gaps for businesses and residents. And some preliminary work has been done in this area at the Edmonton Metropolitan Regional Board level that the town has participated in. And so we feel we're well positioned to look at the specifics of how we can begin to support addressing these gaps within our community going forward. Moving to the community development theme, we will continue to pursue as well the three commitment statements that are highlighted under this section of the strategic plan. And just a few key actions have been adjusted to reflect the current status of the operations and activities going on. So it will be noted that we completed the Cultural Master Plan update in 2020. It's now referred to as the Arts, Culture and Heritage Action Plan. However, a component of the key action in this area is to develop a public art strategy to guide the placement and design of public art throughout the community. So that item will remain within the strategic plan to be completed, and that is under in preparation for completion in the coming year. Next, we've also adjusted some of the key actions under our pursuit of partnerships with stakeholders and institutions. There was a action item that referenced support to our Family Community Support Services, FCSS, which is their commonly known acronym. As council is aware, that FCSS has transitioned to an internal part of our town operations and organization, so it no longer requires for us to refer to them as a a stakeholder and institution. They are a part of our town team, and so we consider them as such. And so we've adjusted some of the key actions under this section to capture and reflect some of the intent of civic engagement opportunities through volunteerism, neighborhood development, and leadership opportunities. As well as identifying, a particularly new need to focus on building on the success of some of the initiatives that FCSS has been leading to this point to enhance inclusion activities, including the exploration of membership within the Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities. So looking to really build on our capacity to serve and deliver on better diversity and inclusion in the work that we do. So the remaining actions within that pillar are ongoing from the previous versions of the plan and are unchanged at this point. Moving into the final theme of our strategic plan, the environmental responsibilities. At this point in time, we will continue to pursue the 2 commitment statements that are highlighted here, as well as the ongoing key actions of the previous plan. We haven't made any specific adjustments to these key actions. We have adjusted the wording slightly under the environmental master plan to include consideration for urban agriculture. However, as council is well aware, the environmental master plan is going to be presented for consideration by council very shortly in Q2 here. So some of the actions within this section of the strategic plan may shift once the clarity around the environmental master plan is completed. So in closing, administration will monitor the status of the key actions within the updated version of the strategic plan, and provide quarterly updates to council as just previously presented in the item for you. And I'd be pleased to answer any questions at this point in time for council.
Thank you for the presentation. I definitely appreciate the adjustments and kind of the rewording of some of the initiatives and key priorities that we have in there from this feedback from council during the strategic plan and through a previous presentation of this document. Members of council, any questions of clarity and understanding on that presentation? Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a question with regards to our actions regarding stormwater, new stormwater facilities, new pumps, or things like that that are related to infrastructure. I don't see that in our under our infrastructure component here, and I'm wondering, did we miss that? Is that under some other notion here that we're understanding what that it's being done?
Okay. Administration.
Thank you, Worship, through to Councillor Matties and all of council. In terms of the specifics of the stormwater master plan, I think you're referring to the stormwater master plan and some of the specific recommendations within that. And those components of that plan are in itself being delivered upon by our administration to council, and the resources and allocation related to the stormwater master plan and some of those initiatives and recommendations are transacted through our corporate plan as part of our capital plan and the initiatives within the corporate plan. At this point in time, I was not aware that there was an intent for it to be specifically highlighted by council as a key action or recommendation as a key action within the updated strategic plan.
Your Worship, if I can follow up, I'm just wanting to make sure that that has to be a very high priority for our community, and somehow, I assumed that was just an ongoing plan and that we were continuing through that. But then as I'm reading through this, I'm not sure. And I guess I would like to have some feedback from administration and from the rest of council.
Okay. Thank you. And I think, I believe that it is worked into on the corporate plan that we approved a little while ago. Administration, do you have it handy to show that?
Your Worship, I can't speak to the specifics of the corporate plan, but what I can perhaps follow up with Councillor Maddie's further kind of question of clarification. I would reference that within the strategic plan broadly, we speak to the commitment statement of managing community corporate infrastructure and assets to ensure continued delivery of service. And we do have a specific key action item that again speaks broadly to infrastructure maintenance and more sustainable and efficient manner of the development of our asset management plan. So perhaps, you know, there is an intent to capture that within those broader statements within the strategic plan, just not specifically as Councillor Matties is perhaps referencing under there. I see the General Manager of Planning and Infrastructure had his microphone blink there, and he might want to add some further comment to that as well.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. I would also just supplement and say that the flood mitigation strategy is included as table 38 in the corporate plan, and it was included to address some of the concerns that council has brought up tonight.
Okay, thank you for that, General Manager. And I did find it. It is table 38, and it's page 42 of our corporate plan that we reviewed, and it was the flood mitigation strategy implementation with the capital project scheduled from 2022 to 2030, starting with $600,000 all the way up to $5.7 million. And a lot of the funding source comes from the capital stormwater reserve and capital sewer reserve. Thank you.
Your Worship, if I may, but I want to also acknowledge the question, and the notion is that there's a couple of these guiding documents and a couple of the implementation documents, and some projects, frankly, may not show up in one, but will show up in another, I think that's also part of the rationale when we do the report on the strategic plan. We also report on the corporate plan as well. I would venture to guess that, priority items of council that have significant cost associated, whether it's capital or operating, will tend to always be reflected in the corporate plan initiatives or the strat plan updates, if you want to call it that. So, I mean, most of the high level priorities to council should show up in one of those two documents, and that's where the council would look to see if they're there or not there, track them, monitor them, so on and so forth. So with that being said, then there's some other initiatives of council or administration that may not show up in some of these, but tend to be housed in our department planning budgets. So, I would think even the flood mitigation strategy that the general manager just referenced, I would expect that there's also work that takes place along those lines through the operating budgets themselves, which may not necessarily show up on some of these reporting documents. Excuse me, but nevertheless, there's action being taken on them. And again, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of work that goes on across the organization, and we try to maintain some of those priorities with some clear reporting on them. But there's also a lot of other things, and we can always answer questions about those as well. I'm gonna stop there, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Your Worship,
go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to have an update from administration as to a reminder of the initiatives that we have planned for the next year or two or three, just so that that our public knows that we're continuing to work on that to ensure that we protect this community.
Okay, that sounds good. And again, Councilor Matties, when you have a chance to kind of review, it's tables 30, 31, 32, 38, 37, all deal with water, sanitary, flood mitigation, central truck unback stormwater facility design, construction, and public works facility. So if you can have a look at that, and then maybe administration can report on those a little bit later on.
Great, thank you very much.
Any more questions for clarity understanding from the presentation from members of council? See none, thank you, administration, for revising our strategic plan and bringing it forward. Again, this is a kind of a high level representation of what council sees are priorities for the community. That's some kind of the vision that we want to see going forward, 3 to 5 years down the road. And some of the year-to-year work is done in our business plan, which is our corporate plan, which is again reviewed every November. And so sometimes those jive back and forth, and sometimes we have to flip back and forth to see which where one is, because sometimes, as mentioned by the general manager and town manager, if we had everything in one, it might be just too unwieldy. So we have things that we've already started that are continuing to move down, and the initiatives that council wants to see started are listed somewhere else. So sometimes we have to be reminded of where we are in those priorities that council has already approved and initiated. Councillor Laurie for the motion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council adopt the 2021 to 2024 Council Strategic Plan as presented.
Thank you. Members of council, any questions regarding the motion to accept for information? Okay, seeing none, I'll call question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, I see 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you. That is passed. Moving on to 9.7, which is a land management update. Again, this is something that council has passed, I think, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and this is just an update based on that that approval. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll ask our General Manager of Strategic Services to speak to this item.
Thank you, Town Manager. I'm just going to share a little bit of my screen here. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. As Mayor Choi mentioned, in 2019, Council approved the land management policy with the objective of providing a transparent, fair, and accountable approach to land transactions and the management of town-owned property. For your review and consideration, this is the annual report requirements of the policy, which includes a summary of the current surplus land holdings, with any identification of lands that would be recommended or requested for declared surplus, projected land requirements, and an update on any land transactions that have taken place. As noted in the report beginning on page 107 of the agenda package, the town's land inventory is currently comprised of 386 lots containing approximately 412.97 hectares of land. And each parcel of town-owned land, we of course have a strong inventory of those and track them on an annual basis. And just to add another layer of kind of public transparency and access, I'll just reference, this is a page from our town website. Under the work section, we have a mapping tool that does provide a link to, and you can see highlighted on this page, all of the kind of the colored overlays reference town-owned property that exists within our municipality. And within each of these properties, members of the public can search and review and understand kind of a small clip of what those properties are and what their current status or use is, and a little bit of information. So, in an effort to provide kind of a layer of open data with regards to our current land inventory, this gives anyone that is of interest to access kind of what property the town has in our inventory and for what purpose. At this point in time, administration is not seeking to request any specific lands that are town-owned to be declared surplus as part of this report. Any declarations of surplus, for consideration would be brought forward to council for specific direction going forward. And as to future land requirements, the town administration has continued to prepare plans for land requirements related to both our cemetery plans on the west side of the community, as well as the town square project, which has been a long-standing component of our downtown redevelopment plan, or kind of a future phase of our downtown redevelopment plan. And so we've been looking at land requirements for both of those projects. And both of those projects are summarized within our town strategy and our corporate plan. The last point that I'll highlight relates to current and future land transactions. As council is likely aware, the one land transaction that we conducted in 2020, fairly significant one, was through a land swap with Parkland School Division in order to obtain or transfer the appropriate lands for Parkland School Division's new replacement school for Stony Plain Central, which is located in Old Town South. And then the future, at this point in time, the town has not received the land from Parkland School Division. That will take place once the construction is complete and the current Stony Plain Central School has been demolished. So with that, Your Worship, those are kind of the highlights of the report that I wish to share with Council, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that Council may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the report. Members of Council, any questions for understanding and clarity on that? Councillor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I was wondering if administration, just at the end of the report, the included lot line adjustments, are they, is that an item that we can discuss in an open meeting, or?
Okay, administration, lot line adjustments.
Through Your Worship to Councillor Meyer, the items that are noted within the report are just provided for general understanding at this point. I believe if there's any specific questions, we can certainly, we could perhaps take those, but then expecting that we would likely be, those would be part of an upcoming process for consideration as well. So not sure exactly the reference point that Councillor Meyer wishes to speak to, but if that helps at all.
Your Worship, I'll maybe provide a bit of comment there too. And again, the way it's worded here, and then the examples given, I believe what's being referenced is simple lot line adjustments where for one reason or another they can be buried, that we end up taking on a little bit of land next to a PUL for one reason or another, or that. I don't believe there was anything intended that there was a specific project that was being referenced there. I think it's just in general that, throughout any given year, we may take on a bit of land here or there as it relates to subdivision and changes to lot or property designs and so on. I don't think it was specific to a project or anything else for that matter.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Okay, any other questions for clarity understanding from members of council? No, since we're talking about land management, and thank you for the update. A little while ago, administration presented a kind of a synopsis and kind of a concept of completing the South Park Drive extension, and then the ability to consolidate a lot that's west of that, the road, for considerable of sale or redevelopment. Can Mr. provide us an update where we're at with that. I think the conversation around the table was, you know what, before we commit to building a road and stuff, let's see if we can redivide the land so we can see what the size of it. So if we want to go out and promote it and try to see if we find a developer that's interested, we have to be able to show him or her the entire site. So where are we at in terms of that?
Thank you, Your Worship. We are in the midst of preparing that report, the business case for Council's consideration. I believe that should be coming forward to Council next month in May for your information and direction.
Okay, thank you. Okay. See no more members of council want to ask questions for clear understanding, so I'm moving up to Councillor Plechko. Please make the motion.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The town council accept the land management update for information.
Thank you. Members of council, any questions regarding the motion to accept for information? Okay, see none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to 9.8, which is the appointment of assessment review board members. Again, this is a yearly thing for council to appoint, as we are part of the Capital Region Assessment Services Commission, and we need to appoint people that will be sitting on the board if any of our residents have an appeal regarding the assessments of their property. Administration?
Your Worship, I'll just turn this over to our General Manager of Corporate Services.
Thank you, Town Manager, and I think, Your Worship, you covered it. The bylaw requires us to do this annually. These were the recommendations from the Capital Region Assessment Services Commission, and they are consistent other than one retirement, and so they are seeking one more member. But this will suffice for the time being and should cover any appeals that are called.
Thank you very much. Administration, I think last year I saw Councillor Bennett's name on there. So is there commentary from Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A very brief comment. Each term, so every 3 years, the panelist needs to update their credentials and take some courses and renew their ability to be on the panel. And through contemplation and discussion with you, Mr. Mayor, and with our town manager and with the Capital Region Assessment Services Commission, I decided not to renew, and so I am the retired panelist that was spoken of.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Appreciate the work that you've done as a member of the Assessment Services Commission. Any other questions or comments from members of council? See none, Councillor Bennett, I'll ask you to make the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Town Council appoint Richard Barham, Capital Region Assessment Services Commission, as Assessment Review Board Clerk for 2021, Raymond Ralph as Chair of the Assessment Review Board for 2021, and Darlene Chartrand, Tina Grosco, Stuart Henning, Richard Knowles, and Raymond Ralph as panelists to the 2021 Assessment Review Board.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Members of council, any questions, comments regarding the motion that's on the floor? Okay. See none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, that's 7 hands in favor.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, that ends our business items. So moving on to council information and council discussion. This is time if you have anything to update or provide some information, this is the time. Councillor Bennett, we'll start with you.
I should have left my mic on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have, well, I have several, but I'll only mention one. Last week, I attended a virtual conference for ASHA. That's the Alberta Community and Seniors Housing Association. This conference was for housing management boards and housing facilities throughout Alberta. One of the breakout sessions was a speaker that has also spoken in front of our council. His name is Terry Collier, and he was one of the architects for our new building downtown with the library at the Three Robins building. And the topic was the new trends that are happening in seniors housing. He was specific with seniors housing, not community housing, and the traditionalists and the baby boomers. So that was really interesting how some of the changes are going to be happening. Things that the baby boomers are seeing as important in their housing situations as compared to the generation before us. But lo and behold, I'm watching his slides, and there is a picture of our beautiful downtown library and Three Robins building. Mr. Collier gives this presentation all across the country. And he pointed out that this particular building was in Stony Plain, Alberta, and what a good build and what a good collaborative project that was to have the library at the bottom floor of a seniors housing. So as you can imagine, Mr. Mayor, I just about burst my buttons. I was so proud to see our beautiful facility right there on the screen.
Thank you much for that, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Matties?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to share that today I had a meeting or attended a meeting with the Alberta Health Services representatives, and they did provide a brief update with regards to the heliport that we have, and that there has been a provincial-wide project review of heliports. And at this point in time, especially with regards to the new Airbuses that we have, or they're called the H145. They cannot land safely, and so at this time the heliport is not in service, and they will be providing a report to our council in 2021. Secondly, with regards to the capacity of Westview to meet our current and future needs, they have basically are looking at a review overall in terms of how we can better utilize hospital space in terms of acute care beds. And they do have one resource that I wasn't aware of. It's a virtual hospital resource that allows, this has actually been in use since 2019, where patients can receive monitoring and care in a virtual hospital. And Westview has had some consults in that, so that was very interesting. With regards to the CT scanner, there is a update with regards to the basically the overall cost of the scanner, but more importantly, the cost to operate it, and also issues related to the availability of skilled techs and radiologists to do the work. And so they're continuing to explore options for what we need for the region. But at this point in time, there's some challenges, a little bit of obstacles that have to be overcome. And finally, with regards to questions on that we had regarding staffing levels at Westview, they have done a complete review of that, and they feel that yes, we have enough staff now. And they said the long answer was they completed the operational best practices process review, and they reviewed hours worked per unit at like sites, and we were at or above median levels. So overall, they feel that the service level is good at the hospital at this time. And that's all I have to report for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you much, Councillor Matties. Councillor Meyer, anything to report or add?
Nothing. Sorry, nothing this evening.
Okay. Councillor Plechko.
Thank you, Your Worship. Nothing this evening.
Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a couple of things. The first, I do have a question to administration as to if we have any update on the oil spill that occurred in the North Industrial Park, and if there has been any level of investigation as to the cause of that barrel ending up in the location that it did, and if there hasn't been, if there will be one.
Okay, thank you. Administration, can you provide something?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I'll maybe just ask our General Manager of Planning Infrastructure to give, I would say, a brief or general update. There's a lot going on, and we'll have to continue to work our way through it. But just ask that anything that we can pass along now, please do so.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Council Laurie and all of Council, the cleanup of the contaminated water is progressing. Through the weekend and at the beginning of this week, the crew out there has been washing and ensuring that the water was contained and properly disposed of in a secure manner. There's also been some preliminary work done on ensuring that wildlife does not enter the site or get mixed up in contaminated areas. The next step will be to do some sort of physical removal of the contaminated soil from the ditch creek area. It's likely in the range of 4 to 6 inches of material will have to be removed from the bottom of the creek where it's obviously some contamination exists. In relation to the source of the material, we do know the location where the material was believed to have entered the environment. We'll continue to work through a process to determine our next steps in relation to the investigation and pursuing all options possible to take care of the town's interest in that manner.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councillor Laurie?
Yeah, just 2 comments. The first is in regards to the inaugural ride on the transit route that we had. That was fantastic. I'm really excited to see that launching here in our community. As well as you'll have heard through the news announcements, the EMTSC has officially hired their inaugural CEO. So we're excited at the progress that's happening in transit locally and in our region. And I just wanted to add some quick comments to Councillor Maddie's in regards to the meeting with AHS. I was not in attendance at that meeting as we only have a select few councillors who attend different meetings, but I do have some concerns with some of the answers that came out of there, especially in regards to the H-145 helicopter, because that doesn't actually exist at the STARS Edmonton base and certainly is not planned to exist at the STARS Edmonton base for 2021. And I am concerned about another service being lost from Westview Health Centre of not being able to have STARS utilize that in the case that they are needed, no matter how infrequent that may be. The best thing that we've got at Westview in the last while is a new washroom. That was all we got in the capital plan. So I'm really interested in having us continue to at least maintain our service levels, possibly replace some of the services that we've lost in the past, because this region continues to grow and those services are desperately needed in this region, and we can't always be farming people off into the city of Edmonton. So I look forward to the next time that AHS is present in council for some of my questions that I'll have for them.
Okay, thank you. And there's also the ability to send an email if those questions are pressing. Councillor Laurie, we can have those forwarded off if you want to send an email to our town manager.
Yeah, I believe Councillor Maddie's actually let me know that the people in the meeting today will be sharing their contact information. So once that is received, we will definitely get those questions prepared and sent off.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Your Worship.
Yes, Councillor Matthews.
I just wanted to just share some information they had provided with regards to the use of the heliport. They basically said since 2012, it's been used only 7 times. But what they were indicating is that nobody is transported there. They would be in that situation going to Edmonton, and that there's a few situations where people have come to the hospital as a result of, driving there physically or walking there physically, and there has been a use there, but the use has been very low, and they are doing a review, and we will be getting a report on it for sure.
Okay. Thank you, Council Managers. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Transit was just mentioned a couple of minutes ago, and it was exciting to be on that bus ride, and we did the route all the way through, and I think our citizens are going to be very happy that that's going to be available. I think it's May the 3rd. Another good thing, I was at the golf course there today and spoke to the guys, and of course it opened up several days back. And the very first day that the course was open, they had over 150, and I believe there's 159 players, which that kind of shocked me. So it was good to see. So those are the two items I have for tonight.
Okay, thank you much, Deputy Mayor. All right, moving on. I have just one question to our staff. Again, it is construction season. We just had an update for our downtown redevelopment project, which we control, so it's easier for us to know the information. It was loosely touched on was Highway 779. That is a main thoroughfare through the town of Stony and Plain. Even though it is not ours, it is owned by other transportation, and the contractors are through them. Any insight of when we can expect to have some work started on there? Again, this is a project that's been ongoing for the last 15, 20 years. That's the Alberta Transportation has said that they're expanding this road. And when can we expect to have some of those cones kind of fixed up and repaired? Because some of them are just hanging around sides of gutters and stuff as they've been knocked over throughout the winter.
Your Worship, I'll maybe ask our General Manager of Planning Infrastructure to do any updates he may have at this point on 779.
Thank you, Your Worship. I understand there is a pre-construction meeting scheduled for tomorrow for that project, and so at that time some more details will be determined for the start time and some of the startup conditions. It's expected would be in the middle of April, but we'll wait till tomorrow to get more information on from the contractor and the experts involved on that, and we'll pass that along to council.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, that ends number 10 and 11. So moving into number 12, which is a closed item. So again, when council goes into a closed session, the meeting is not recorded or live streamed for anybody. If any members that are part of the public or part of media that want to be notified when council is finished and coming back to open session, there is a email address on the screen right now. If you can send email to Services or legislative@stonyplain.com, and then they will contact you when council is finished. Again, there are no motions made in closed session except for the motion to come out of closed session. Okay. With that, I need a motion to go into closed session, and if I can have Councillor Bennett, please.
Mr. Mayor, I move the town council move into closed session to discuss per FOIP section 29, the recreation facility project.
Thank you very much. Members of council, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Mr. Mayor, that's 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll take a 5-minute recess quickly here while we get everybody that's supposed to be in the closed session in, and those that are not supposed to be out. Thank you. Welcome back. Council has come out of closed session. The only motion that was made in closed session was by Councillor Meyer to come out of closed session, and that was passed unanimously 7-0. Administration, before we went to closed session, there was a email address that was posted on the screen for anybody that wished to be notified when council came out of closed session. Did we receive any emails of anybody that wanted to be notified?
Your worship, we did not receive any emails.
Okay, so with that, then we're allowed to proceed and end the meeting. So, ladies and gentlemen, we come to 13 of adjournment. Administration, thank you for your work and providing all the information in the agenda packages, and members of council for reading your agenda packages and coming to council for conversation, discussion, and debate regarding the issues that are important to us as a community. With that, have a good night. We're adjourned.